Hi everyone. Welcome to the 30-second celebrity typing live stream. Thank you already to Marty and Isaac for your very kind, what's they called? Donations. Yes, very kind super chats. That's the word, super chats. Greatly appreciated. So, just for disclosure, I have a cold, and so I apologize in advance for any coldiness that may occur over the next 3 hours. I'm very, very sorry. Unfortunately, I was networking a lot Monday to Wednesday at London Tech Week, which big shout out to London Tech Week. Lots and lots of fun. Got to meet some very cool people from around the world. But yeah, that did mean that I got myself pretty run down. So yeah, that's why I'm quite coldy. But anyway, enough about me. Let's proceed with the super chats. Um, to those who don't know, if anyone's watching who doesn't know how it works, if you want me to type anyone in the public eye, any public figure, alive or dead, doesn't matter how long ago they died, it does not really matter, as long as there's information on them for which I can type them. If you would like me to type that person, you just have to send a super chat of at least $20 to me over here. You just have to click that little dollar sign thing and you can send your super chat. If you do that, I will type that person live on this live stream. So that's how it works. If you don't know how it works already, maybe this is your first time tuning in, that is how it works. And I'll remind people how it works as well throughout, just in case more people join. But that's the idea. If you want me to type someone, $20 super chat at least, and I will then look at that person. If you, of course, make a larger donation than $20, if you are that way inclined, I will prioritize your super chat and the person you want me to type over others in the queue. So that's something. If you are impatient and you don't want to wait until the end, you can jump the queue by doing a super chat of over $20. All right. I hope that is all clear to people. Let's now look at Noah Antweiler. That's quite something, actually. Usually Isaac's the first. So, Marty, you jumped Isaac. You jumped ahead. Very good. So, Noah Antweiler, also known as Spoonie, is a huge nerd with a massive collection of movies and video games. At least that's what it says on YouTube about him. Is there anything else we can find out about Noah Antweiler? Maybe there's anything on Grokpedia. I see he's a YouTuber. Right. An American internet personality. He's an actor. He's a media reviewer known for his long-running online series, The Spoonie Entertainment. And on The Spoonie Entertainment, he provides humorous, detailed critiques of video games and films, especially those which he deems substandard. Born in the 1980s, but a dedicated following. He features in-depth retrospectives and skits. Notable attention given to films like Final Fantasy and horror titles like Phantasmagoria. He's a prominent figure in early YouTube and online review community. Don't know what Mystery Science Theater 3000 is, but that later influences critical and humorous approach to media. Oh, okay. He stands at 5'9 3/4 inches tall. That is very, very tall compared to me. He towers over me, but probably is not actually that tall for the average person. Um, but yes, he is a giant compared to me. He launched his flagship online project, the Spoonie Experiment, in 2007, initially presenting comedic movie and game reviews and recaps under the name Tandem's Movie Rants, before it evolved into a fully realized series, The Spoonie Experiment. Okay. I think he calls it The Spoonie Experiment. Why an experiment? It specialized in dissecting the very worst movies and video games, employing acid wit, meticulous plot hole analysis, and deliberately foul-mouthed delivery to underscore their shortcomings. He's known online as the Spoony One, was an active contributor to Channel Awesome, formerly as the Guy of the Glasses from the site's peak years. Prominent roles in the collective's major anniversary specials. I don't know what Channel Awesome is. We'll look into that as well. He participated in the Deadliest Character parody series. Okay. So it sounds pretty alpha, all things considered. But let's see if that actually holds up when we look more closely at him. He did recurring characters, most probably Dr. Insano, who appeared in skits within his reviews and crossovers with other creators. Health challenges. He's discussed having been diagnosed with bipolar and vasodepressive syncope, a condition which causes fainting due to sudden drops in blood pressure. That's not good. Well, this is what happens when you're a giant. Yeah, that's why you should be diminutive like me. Much, much better. You don't get this sort of problem. Public controversies. He's involved in public controversies such as conduct in social media, including a 2012 incident with a controversial tweet led to suspension from Channel Awesome. He departed the organization shortly thereafter under unclear circumstances with conflicting accounts provided Antoine himself. He is also known for verbal altercation on online forums and banning users from forums he moderated. Okay, well, what did he say? What was so controversial? I don't know. We'll have to find out. All right, there we go. Noah and Twilight. Let's look at YouTube. It's his YouTube channel. The Spoony Experiment, I think it's called. Let's go and check out the Spoony Experiment. Come on. Ooh. Oh, the complete chronological series. All the re-uploads. So this is him. Let's not do the whole playlist, but let's look at number 1. Why not? See what it's like. Which is the Bayou Bill. A Spoony video game rant.
There's a lot of guys out there doing video game reviews, like the Angry Video Game Nerd, Armic21.
Yep.
I love those guys to death. I'm not necessarily trying to steal their thunder. What I am trying to do, however, is to share with you one particular game that forever darkened my childhood and probably contributed a great deal to making me the psychological mess that I am today.
Okay.
It's not the shittiest game in the world, although it is shittier than a Mormon prom. But what it is the most nipple twisting,
maybe he did nuke his channel.
Pulling, ulcer-causing, butt-itching, frustrating motherfucker of a game you ever saw. That game is The Adventures of Bayou Billy. Now, The Adventures of Bayou Billy is, as I said, a frustrating game. But what many people don't know is that it's also the hardest game ever made. Now, I know some people will come forward and tell you that, like, the Gradius games or, the Ghosts and Goblins, they're a real challenge.
Why would the Adventures of Bayou Billy be so difficult? It doesn't sound like a difficult game, does it? It sounds straightforward.
The Adventures of Bayou Billy fairly. I mean, not without, like, some kind of emulator or a game genie or divine intervention. This game is fucking hard. So there it is. You'll see there's game, but you don't know what those are.
Yeah, this stream is going to have some profanities. You need to be careful of that, I guess.
Okay, and there's Mr. Big. I think his name is like Roland or something. Anyway, he's like, Billy, I got your girlfriend out here on here. I want to take her back to my estate and make her mom bitch until you come down to there.
Okay, so he's putting on funny voices now.
It takes her off in a truck. And then the game tells you at
this stage, using a controller.
Which I would never have guessed that. So there's Billy, and you'll notice that first thing right off.
Hey, pretty much a classic kind of game like that. There are lots of games like this.
This soundtrack that gets stuck in your head for fucking years.
Okay.
Why else would I buy the game again?
Why is this game so bad? Okay.
Game. I had the song stuck in my head. So
right.
Billy is a fucking pussy. He's got 2 attacks, a punch and a kick.
He doesn't have very good attacks. That's very true.
It's so funkadelic. Anyway, he's got 2 attacks, a punch and a kick. The punch being a short-range attack that doesn't hurt, and a kick, which is a slightly longer-range attack that doesn't hurt. He's got a drop kick, too. You'll end up using the drop kick a lot. Look, I just beat a turkey
Yeah,
with that guy.
that's
Evidently,
true.
he was just eating KFC, saw me coming, and stuck the turkey leg in his back pocket. And I just beat it out of his anus. So, another one of the most effective tactics is you'll see that Billy's kick always lands squarely in the guy's nuts. So there we just take turns kicking each other in the balls till one of us falls over, and that's some kind of. And then evidently he has the trained hawks.
So I'm sort of seeing why this is such a terrible game.
My favorite part of the game. Well, not my favorite part, but a good part of the game.
You're punching out a crocodile.
By gators.
Yeah. Oh, alligators, not crocodile. Right, an alligator.
In this game.
Yep. You're punching out an alligator.
Them from the shore, get a gun or a stick. No, you can't do that. You got to get in the water, waist deep in the water with the gators.
Why do you need to?
You have to punch them.
Do you need to?
Actually bypass these gators.
Yeah, say, why would you need to?
Now you'll see these three Pluto-looking idiots with decided to attack with boulders over their head.
Oh.
And they got me.
Oh, dear. Okay.
So I decided to skip ahead a little bit, and now we find another part of the water where, of course, there are more gators, and of course you can't skip these.
Oh, you can throw knives now.
Knife out of one of the gators. Of course,
you beat the knife out.
Stab downward with the knife. Every time you use it, you just throw it. And for some reason, I seem to think that the knife actually has a shot here, so I'm going to keep attacking them with the knife and not hit shit. Now, the only tactic is to stand there like a dope, in range of the alligator's bite, and punch them. And that always ends up getting me hurt at the same time I hurt.
I can see this very quickly becoming samey.
That's good.
Okay, let's check out one further down the line. Let's go.
So, Penny Hill time. This is my.
Let's try Final Fantasy. Or Tekken Blood Vengeance. Let's do that. I know Tekken. Let's do that one. So now I've got a whole animation, right? Yeah. Whoa. Right, it's got this whole animation thing going on. Featuring Dr. Insano. Seems to look exactly like him.
Yes, they made another Tekken movie. Basically, just as soon as I finished reviewing the live action movie. I really don't get it. I kind of like that movie, but apparently everyone else, from the fans of the games to the people who made the video games, called Betrayal on the live action. Yeah, it almost entirely disregarded the completely shit storyline from the video games. Oh, darn. Because, the plot of the video games is just untouchable. It's on par with Lord of the fucking Rings and shit. Let me tell you something. You're never going to sell an audience with a story that opens with, Dad drops his son into a volcano to teach him to be a man. And he also runs a multinational corporation that's really building an illegal army of boxing kangaroos. You're kidding me. Is this some kind of joke? The anime was about as close to the video game story as you can get. And guess what? The plot of the video games is fucking stupid. But again, people hated the live action movie because it wisely dispensed with the nonsensical devil gene business and the other supernatural elements.
Oh, you gotta have that, but it's not. It's not Tekken otherwise.
Yeah, martial arts. My God, the movie ditched the overwrought sins of the father Japanese melodrama and focused.
You gotta have the Japanese melodrama. How was it going to be Tekken?
Producers decided to make a new 3D Tekken movie. They were very clear they weren't going to pull a repeat of the live action.
Yep.
Tekken project leader Katsushiro Harada said there was a Hollywood Tekken movie, but
so
please forget about that.
Is this a movie or is it a game?
Please forget that.
It's a movie.
This time. It's my favorite part. We want to make a movie that everyone can enjoy, though, not just Tekken fans. And the Tekken Blood Vengeance drinking game. Every time something happens in this movie that you have to be a fan of the video games to understand, take a shot. Let's do this. Is he just drinking spiced rum? What's he doing with the spiced rum? So very over-the-top humor. Okay. She rides a panda to school. Fucking finally! These movies are starting to make sense, right? I mean, okay. Where did she get a panda? Why? Nobody in this movie even questions the presence of this panda. And trust me, the first words out of anyone's mouth at seeing this...
Very fast panda as well.
Holy shit! Where the fuck did she get a panda? It's never questioned. It's never explained. Hell, it's never even mentioned in this movie at all. She's got a panda. You can't do that.
It is a super panda.
Introduce a character in your movie riding a panda to school and not explain that shit. I establish my fucking dog in storyline and I do internet reviews. Come on.
Okay.
Not that it makes much more sense in the video game, believe me, because
no, exactly.
in the game, Heihachi trains the panda how to fight in order to act as her bodyguard.
Yes, in the same way we train up Kuma. There we go, it's Kuma.
Shot. Look, I know I'm harping on it. I'm sorry. It's just fucking killing me with this panda. Giant pandas, when they're inclined to run, which isn't often, are clocked at a top land speed of 20 miles per hour. They're not the fucking Roadrunner. And they're one of the world's most endangered species. I'm pretty damn skippy. It's illegal as hell to own one as a pet. It's not like she's fucking hiding it either. She's riding it down the
you got to have a suspension of disbelief when it comes to Tekken. That kind of goes with a territory.
Domestic within the city. It ain't legal either. What are you, a fucking park ranger now?
And it's not like this is the only time you see the panda either.
Yep.
This is a major character in the movie. It's on the fucking DVD cover.
I'm not surprised. It's Xiao Yu's favorite companion.
Place and just plain weird to have a panda in this movie that, even though I know it's in the film, every time it shows up, I'm like, wait, what?
And the panda can fight as well. That's what makes it. Okay.
Anyway, the movie kicks off with as a woman on a motorcycle weaves through traffic when suddenly
an ambush. Huge.
No, that's
is that meant to be Nina?
My name's not this guy.
No, obviously not.
Okay, no, flag on the play, illegal explosion. Unless she's from the planet Krypton.
Yeah, but it's Nina.
Explain how the fuck she did that. What in the hell even happened there? She crashed her motorcycle and that somehow took out a semi. Fucking Terminator couldn't have pulled that off.
Yeah, that is a bit strange. What's her name again? Nina and...
It's my dear sister, Anna.
Anna, that's it.
Nina. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
All right, nobody on the planet Earth talks like that. Hey, Miles, come here.
It is terrible, right? It is exactly what you expect from a video game voiceover.
Join me on the show which I host, the Spoonie Experiment.
Give a job.
Farewell then.
I love how he sort of
little brother Miles
even plays out his little skits. I see what he means by the skits. So he turns the review into a skit.
Well,
okay, it's all very sort of silly and over the top.
Anna, you have two sisters who absolutely hate each other.
Yep.
Why? Never explained in the
No,
movie.
it's not very explained.
They fight for a little while until Anna's soldiers arrive and surround Nina.
There are quickly.
You think you've got me cornered?
Well, yes, actually. No, not the Matrix. Not at all. Nothing like the Matrix.
Well, next time, sweet Anna.
So, what is the point of sitting in traffic in a semi as what? As an ambush?
Okay, so we've seen a good amount of this. Let's see him in an interview, I think. Noah and Twyla. A conversation with Noah and Twyla, the spoony one. Excellent.
Hey everyone, welcome to Conversations with Curtis. My name is Paul Morgan Stetler, and I am the host of this program.
Let's see how he is when he's not in his persona.
I'm coming at you from a hotel room in Southern California, where I'm doing a work tour.
Mm-hmm.
And, so I don't have my setup. I have a laptop with a bad camera, no microphone. kind of hearkening back to the old days of 2021. But I wanted to introduce my interview with Noah Antwiler, the Spoony one himself. I'm very excited to share this interview with you. But before I do, I want to just give you a little context about this whole thing. So, as you probably know, Noah Antwiler is almost single-handedly responsible for introducing Phantasmagoria 2 to thousands and thousands of people. His Let's Play of that game in 2008 was legendary. It was a Mystery Science Theater 3000 kind of a send-up. He was unbelievable.
Still know what that is. You need to look that up.
Almost every single moment is filled with great.
Yeah, actually, before I do this, I want to see what Mystery Science 3000 is. Let's look at Channel Awesome. Let's see. Looks a bit like Monty Python.
On opening the book, something shifted. As she read, eager to stay relevant, did too. Explore your story.
You're into ska music.
Ska music? Well, I'm sold. Hook me up.
No dice. I mean, what is love really anyway?
Wouldn't that make us obsolete?
Max, I'm not here.
Oh!
I'm a whole other deal.
Well, there's another Riley right there.
Just push the button, Max.
One of the few female Ileys I've been able to confidently type. Just there. But yeah, okay. Obviously very alpha-esque. Very. Okay.
Jokes and humor and really completely on point observations. And really, it's because of him, I think, that so many of you know about Phantasmagoria 2, and as a result, now know about Conversations with Curtis. So the moment I started Conversations with Curtis, people immediately said, you need to talk to Spoony. So I looked into it, and I found that Spoony is a very polarizing figure.
Why is he polarizing?
He had some emotional troubles that he had to deal with. And he kind of took himself offline for the last couple of years, trying to take care of himself and get him back to
this is 3 years ago.
Of mental health. And I reached out to him a little bit during that time, and he never responded. And I realized that wasn't where he's at right now. But then time went by, and I'm continuing to do this. And I reached out a couple more times. Then one day I got an email, DM from him, apologizing for not responding, letting me know that it's been a really tough year or two, but that he'd like to maybe talk at some point.
Yeah, no, I'd never heard of Mystery. So as it sounds to me like you know what it is. A lot of Americans who know what it is.
I think I reached out.
Didn't seem to have reached Europe.
One or two more times.
It's not UK.
And then he responded and said, yeah, let's talk. So we scheduled a time, and
it's not the most responsive person.
Was this past Sunday. So here's what I want to tell you about this interview.
Okay.
There's a couple things. One, I felt a certain nervousness about talking to him, not knowing what he would be like.
This guy seems quite Delta.
He was going to be open to a real conversation. And two, being able to deliver something to
probably in the II.
Our fans and to his fans, that would be something of worth.
Hi, Chris.
I'll be honest, I don't know.
I haven't typed him on here. I have an idea what he could be.
I feel like I was not prepared for this interview the way I normally am. I didn't have the time to put as much thought and prep work into this as I normally do. But we started to talk, and it was great. He was open and
happy to look at him on here if you want, Chris.
He's someone who has come out of something profound. And we didn't get into it. He asked in advance not to talk in depth about his struggles. But I really liked how open he was, and we had a great talk. And what I had planned to do was cut together a number of clips from his Let's Play of Phantasm 2. And in fact, I reached out to a bunch of our
come on.
members and Discord members.
There's a lot of preamble here.
The idea was to cut all those
4 minutes already of preamble. Okay.
And I talked for a while to share those.
How long does this guy preamble?
I didn't get a chance to finish all those clips.
Okay.
His Let's Play of Phantasmagoria 2, and I will have him comment on those moments. So that's going to be happening in the near future. We don't have those dates lined up.
Thanks, Chris.
We're going to make that happen. But in the meantime, please enjoy my interview, my first interview with Noah Antweiler, the Spoonie one himself. Noah Antweiler.
Mr. Stetler.
We meet at last.
That's right. That's right. Hey, I'm just glad you're not suing me, at least not yet.
Let's see how today goes. Exactly. I like Bard to the Bone. Are you a fan of? Is this a Shakespeare thing?
No. It's a reference to the Spoonie Bard thing.
You're gonna have to catch me up on a lot of things that I don't know.
The Spoonie thing is a reference to a video game called Final Fantasy.
Okay.
And it's a reference to what's kind of considered to be a poorly translated line, where one character calls another a Spoonie Bard.
A Spoonie Bard.
And so what's actually interesting is it's actually a very good translation, but nobody knows what Spoonie means. So I kind of took that and I rolled with it because I was naming a Dungeons and Dragons character, and I wanted to call him something that nobody knew the meaning to the word. So like Sir Lancelot the Brave.
Right.
Or I wanted to be Sir Tandem the something like some ostentatious word that nobody knew what it meant. So I was like, Spoonie. What does that mean? So, and I was like, oh, well, it's Elvish. Don't worry about it.
I love it. Did you ever dig into what it could have meant in those under those circumstances?
It does. What it means is foolishly sentimental or romantic. So actually, in context, it's a brilliant translation because that's actually literally what he's calling him, but in just one word.
That's great.
So I actually want to find the person who localized the game from Japan because that translation is amazing.
Yeah. So It became the Spoonie one. Did it get to the Spoonie one? Did it morph along the way?
The Spoonie one was just kind of a name, kind of a pen name I did because the very first thing I started doing was I started writing for a comic book. I did a movie review column for a comic book, and I just decided to call myself Spoonie. Just because everyone's like, you have to have an internet handle.
Right.
I just thought that was a fun name and it's something people remember. So
yeah. Well, hey man, I just want to thank you for taking the time to do this. People have been ever since I started this, whatever this thing is I'm doing. It goes way back. So back in 2008, my Facebook messages started to blow up. I started getting all of these, are you Curtis? Spoonie says hi, or whatever this was, and I had no idea what was going on.
I didn't send them, I swear.
No, I didn't get the sense you did. And I didn't really engage because at that point I didn't know what you were doing. And I finally heard and realized that you were doing a Mystery Science Theater kind of send up of Phantasm, which it absolutely deserved. We were doing that ourselves on set when we were filming it. So it made total sense. And then I watched a little of it and I thought I just maybe watched 5-10 minutes of it way back then. And I thought it's really funny, but at the same time, not sure I can sit and watch 4 hours of me being made fun of. So I just kind of let it go. And then it just, over the years I would hear about it. And then this year when I created this little channel, by the way, we're in the, I thought you'd get a kick. I'm in the therapist's office. This is the background of the therapist's office. So.
Yeah, this guy's in the II. Not at Noah, but the guy is talking to him.
To ask you some questions.
It's quite like he's in the II.
So, anyways, it was just
you get 2 plus 1.
your name our name somehow got entwined because of this incredible thing that you pulled off, and so it is a truly beloved Let's Play that people talk to with incredible fondness. And as I've watched it, I totally see it. So I'm just dying to talk to you about that. I haven't watched any of your others, and I hear that Phantasm 2 isn't even one of your best. But what you do and what's that?
I think it is. I actually haven't done any other Let's Plays quite as involved, because none of them are quite as cinematic as Phantasm 2 is.
Did you well, let's back up. I want to get to know you just a little bit. So where are you from?
I was born in St. Louis, Missouri, but I have virtually no memory of that. I grew up in Mesa, Arizona.
Mesa, Arizona. All through high school and all that? And are you still in Arizona? Yeah. Okay. So that's been your hometown ever since. And I know that. Tell me a little bit, if you can, just give me a brief sense of family and mom, dad, brothers, sisters, all that stuff.
Oh, they're doing fine. My brother's a civil engineer, my older brother, and my younger brother is a sheriff's deputy.
Oh, wow.
My sister works for the state. She's I'm actually not sure.
They have a mullet.
She was a civil engineer for a while. But yeah, she's. I think she works also
has a mullet.
Southern Arizona as well.
What's the age difference between four of you?
Oh, geez, my younger brother's 2 years younger than me, and he's the youngest. And the others are about 10 to 12 years older.
It's like sort of a therapist would ask.
Okay. Same mom and dad, or was there a switch? And okay, they just took a break, I guess.
They took a break, and they somehow. I was the one who kind of broke the streak, I guess.
Yeah. And what do your parents do, or what did they do?
Oh, everything. My dad worked for McDonnell Douglas, and then later for Boeing.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And so what was your first introduction to computers, computer games? How did you what got you hooked?
My dad was he this was before anyone really had computers, when computers had one color on the monitor, and so we were among the first to have a personal computer, one with a text prompt and everything. We were playing games like monochrome games like Ultima, and my older brother and I was too young to really understand what was going on, but I was just sitting there watching him just with fascination as he would play with these video games. This is before Nintendo.
So you're like what, 5 and he's 15 kind of thing?
Yeah. Roundabout. And so I was just always fascinated with what computers could do, and I started. I as soon as I could, I took programming classes, and that was when I was introduced to the Oregon Trail.
Yep.
And I would finish my work really quickly, because in that class anyway, I was really good. So, and then we would be playing on the Apple II computers, Oregon Trail and monochrome.
Yep.
Very silly, the entire class, all day, every day. And so that was really the first multiplayer game I ever really started playing. So you get to know people a certain way, the way they play Oregon Trail as well. My friend Bill always wanted to just shoot buffalo. He had this. He would always just cackle as he would just massacre buffalo left and right, because you only need to kill one, right?
Right.
You can only drag that much meat back, but he was just like, "Look how many I can get, Nolan." He got really good at that game.
That's great.
Really terrible at that.
Now, this was not you're not talking about the text version of it. This was a more
no, Oregon Trail was well,
it started off as a text adventure, right? Where you would it would say,
no, but it was a lot of text menus.
Okay.
Like the only part of the game that was really animated was the shooting aspect of it.
Gotcha.
Otherwise, you were just kind of watching a little wagon just cross, and it would say all of a sudden like you've died of dysentery.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. I remember that now. Yeah, that's great. And then what that was the beginning. What did it lead to? What was the next? When did the game start to pile up?
I think what let me see. What the second thing that really kind of inspired me was I joined drama club.
Oh, great! Yeah,
I did drama club. So
that was when I
started with techie stuff, moved to drama club.
And I was actually a very quiet kid.
Quiet kid.
Nerdy, and I didn't know how to deal with people. I was kind of typical computer nerd, and so that one actually
Computer
hangs out
nerd,
with people I wouldn't have
people.
normally hung out with, I think, and doing things that were out of my comfort zone and just having fun.
Having fun,
and
want to engage and belong with other people.
It's an amazing experience. I think everybody, I think it should almost be required just because.
It was in marching band, and that's the thing is a lot of the extracurricular programs nowadays, schools are underfunded and they're cutting other programs.
All these programs that make such a huge difference, and when adults think, well, why would we fund something that they're not going to do later on in life? It's so short-sighted.
It made high school and junior high.
My lean is I lean. The Alpha NT seems pretty clear right now, and I think the extroverted ethics is more apparent, at least based on his persona, than the introvert sensation.
Like to teach the high school band, and
this is recently.
Yeah, they cut the high school marching band.
Oh man,
I couldn't even volunteer if I wanted.
Oh, that's a bummer. Luckily, where I'm at, they're still being taught music in schools, and but yeah, okay. And you play? When did you start playing?
When did I start playing? My freshman year of I started playing. Actually, the first instrument was violin, but I didn't stick with that. In high school, I started playing pit percussion, which is essentially like xylophone, marimba, piano, that sort of thing. The big timpani drums and stuff like that. All the stuff that's played in the reason I call it pit percussion is it's the stuff that gets played in the orchestra pit.
Right.
So I wanted to play with all the really fun toys that nobody else got to play with. So that was It was me getting to play with the big musical toys.
Yeah, everything's pointing to Alpha.
I regret it terribly. I was really shy.
I think
too.
MT is pretty clear.
Played sports, so I had I had an in, because I was so into that and playing, and that really kept me going. But to put myself in a position of being around a bunch of people, not knowing, just absolutely, what's that?
What sport?
I played. I did a bunch of it, but the sport I was really into was football. I had I had a great high school career, and then very quickly realized that college was in a totally different environment. I played 2 years, and I blew my knee out my second year, and that was a life-changing experience because I had no clue what I wanted to be. I was just playing sports and all that. I blew my knee out, and back then, this is like late 80s, early 80s. They didn't know how to reconstruct, ACLs the way they do now. They can do it pretty efficiently now, but back
like the tendons and like Tommy John surgery and stuff like that. That used to be like revolutionary.
Yeah, and now they can do it, and you can walk out of the hospital that day. But I tore my ACL. The doctors made this weird decision to not
to not reattach.
Repelled it, and so they basically said, "Hey, you're going to be on an unsteady knee for the next, for your life. So just be careful." And so, I just completely lost all aspects of my physical abilities, and about 8 years later, I could barely walk, and I finally went in and got a reconstructive surgery at the college I was going to, and that kind of made things more bearable. But yeah, it's been a lifetime thing that I've had to kind of
knock the world, just the legs out. Not full hog. That's a bad analogy. Knock the legs out from under you. That must have just changed everything for you, though. Like
it did, and then that's where I had, like you, I had found the drama club in junior high school. Just this crazy mix of bizarre, children of the lost toys or whatever, and I always loved it. I always felt and I'd always sneak over when I was in high school or when I was in college. I'd sneak over to the drama department and audition for a play or do something, and just never thought it could be something you could make a living at. And then it wasn't until well after college, that I thought, okay, I'm gonna give it a go.
Okay, I want to hear about Noah, to be honest.
Temporarily doing what I do. When I was doing a dinner theater, we got paid $20 a night, and that actually, believe it or not, put me in basically the top 5 percentile of paid actors in Arizona. The fact that I got paid at all Yeah. Because most actors work unpaid.
They do.
It's really remarkable. And so the fact that that I was able to make a living making fun of games and talking about video games, it's so remarkable, especially today. That's their entire career. You know.
Yeah, and you did it. From what I know, so where
You see yourself as an actor.
it sounds to me like there were a couple people doing that when you first started. Is that right? That you were sort of,
I wasn't the first, but I was among the first,
right?
To become really popular. I don't think anybody, even the people who were doing it at the time, were doing it to make a living that way.
Yeah.
They had a popular show, but this was before very big YouTube ad revenues or anything like that. This is before YouTube even really was something that had ads.
Well, I remember. I'm not technically inclined, and so I'm learning so much right now by what I'm doing here and learning OBS software and all this stuff. So it's been a crazy adventure for me. But I've not been that person. So I remember, around the time that you started, YouTube wasn't really even it was there, but it really wasn't as mainstream as it is now. I mean, now we all have our own YouTube channel. We all have our own, the stuff that it becomes like, it's like TV now. It's basically part of your TV culture. But back then,
you can rent and download movies off.
Exactly. So tell me a little bit about what you were walking into at the time in terms of, what was that must have really been the Wild West.
I wasn't walking into anything. It was sort of, Mystery Science Theater really changed my life.
Yeah.
Just because I loved it so much, and then it went off the air. And so what got me started, what I was walking into, was I wanted to make a fan series that was basically just ripping off Mystery Science Theater. I wanted to do the same thing with the puppets and the robots and I was going to do public domain movies because there's plenty of those. And so I even went so far as to building robots, and then I realized I needed other people to help me do it.
Yeah, that's the first bit.
And so I was like, my friends, they like watching bad movies and all that stuff, and I was like, hey, do you guys want to watch bad movies? And
so he's the one engaging with ideas and trying to bring people on board with these ideas.
And they weren't that good for they weren't quite up for that.
Yeah.
So, I decided I'd seen other characters. I'd seen other people talking about video games and stuff like that. I had a camera and I had a robot that I didn't know what to do with. So I still don't know what to do with the robot. He just kind of sits near the chair. And so I decided I was going to talk about video games.
Yeah.
Talk about whatever sprang to mind, and what
so he couldn't get other people to do it with him.
Up with that kind of formed me as a person.
Yeah.
The crazy stuff that I grew up with, playing with, and things like the Ultimate series, things like The Secret of Monkey Island,
which I played for the first time about a month
Monkey Island.
this all that stuff, the graphic adventure games, the Sierra games that I grew up with, that my brother and I would play and try to figure out together, because this was before the internet. We couldn't look up the solutions online.
Yep.
You had to bash your head against the screen until you figured it out.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to talk about all those things, and so I didn't realize I was jumping into anything, and it wasn't until like I started talking about Phantasmagoria was actually one of the first videos that really took off for me.
Really?
Yeah. I did one on the Atari ET game, but that one was really popular. But like, in terms of, I didn't even know that people were interested in watching somebody watch a game, play through a game.
That to me, I feel like, in a way, at least from my perspective, everybody's doing that now, but you were truly one of the first people to be doing that with such a big, with such a big and growing audience. And
it wasn't. I'll show you how the sausage is made, maybe, and if we're gonna watch the show, you'll maybe be able to spot how I did this.
Yeah, I'm very curious.
I cheated a little bit. When I played through it, I recorded my impressions and my jokes live as I was playing the game. But then when I'd finished like a session, I stopped, I looked at the video, and I went back through the video again. And whenever there were times that like I fell silent or I didn't like the joke or I wanted to add a joke, I would then like record on top of myself.
Oh, fantastic.
So I
Very
I
open
kinda
with the
made two
process and
connections.
how he did it.
All the way through, or
Mm.
did you find that you know, when I watched some of it, it seemed to me that the first hour
So
or
yeah, again,
so
as Isaac
feels
says,
very
I'm
pure.
leaning
It
towards
feels very
Eileen
much
as well.
like you are just, you know, the spirit. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into.
Right.
And
Yeah.
then-
I think the first hour. I'm sorry to
Watch
interrupt.
a little bit more of it. If you want to explore his controversy of
Was me just
channel,
going through
awesome.
it just once because I didn't know what to expect. I had heard about like I'm going to explain my feelings on the game a little bit later, but at the time I had heard that Phantasmagoria 2 was terrible.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That was the impression I heard, and the reason I heard that was because I heard that it financially had flopped.
Yeah.
For Sierra Interactive anyway. And so I was really gung ho to see this really bad full motion video thing because games historically up to that point with full motion video were pretty terrible.
Oh yeah.
They just were. And so I was really unprepared for quite how I don't want to say just how like a really great B movie that it was. Like how
You can't backtrack. You can't backtrack now and say how good it.
No, and actually that's what I wanted to get into because there's a lot more going on with Phantasmagoria 2 than just kind of a creepy monsters.
Yeah.
It is that. But actually it's saying a lot, I think, about human sexuality. And
oh right, that's why. Okay.
You don't see games like that today. Yeah. You definitely didn't see games like that talking about the stuff that your character goes through back then.
Yeah.
At all. So there's a lot going on behind the characters that's kind of that's kind of obscured by what seems to be kind of silly alien, monsters and people turning into pizzas. I think it's easy to mistake what's going on there because there's actually a very mature story, or at least a very mature.
It's also about mental health. It's also about as you said, sexuality, but also like alternate behavior and I've had more people as I've kind of come out of the shadows to talk about this stuff. Talk to me about how, this game was their first introduction to going, oh, somebody else is experiencing this too. And this game, the thing that I love about this game is whatever faults it has, is it never passed judgment on any of the characters. It never passed judgment on any of on the topics that it was exploring.
So exactly. For instance, Trevor, the character who's gay. I was fully expecting, because almost everything that involves a gay character, be it a movie, video game, anything, turns the gay character into a flaming stereotype.
Yeah.
Someone who lisps, who's very effeminate, who's very offensive. And this game does not do that.
Yeah.
He is a character who is gay. And your character is his friend. At no point does he, you must let me dress you. There's no point where there's like some kind of, you're not making crazy, nobody's making jokes in reference to him being gay. Nobody's doing flaming impressions of him.
Right.
He's a straight up character and he's taken seriously.
And so that's and he never comes on to Curtis. And Curtis is at one point near the end, Curtis actually makes a gesture towards him and he revokes it, or he refuses it, which I think Trevor is the most level-headed character in the whole game.
So yeah, that's why I say I'm not backtracking when I say, like, on the surface, yes, it's a very silly, very funny kind of B movie, but I think in a lot of ways it's important.
Yeah.
In the way that it explores issues and the way that it's not afraid to explore the issues. And I think if there was a reason that it failed, if it did fail, that was why. I don't think people were ready for that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it was. I think
It's interesting. Also,
what I remember.
what he's talking about is another thing here. He's talking about what he thinks people were ready for, what he thinks people might be watching, how something is presented, which is all implicit extroverted ethics. He's not very. There's not that much. He's not front and center on the introverted logic here. He's actually doing rather more extroverted ethics with implicit extroverted intuition. So yeah, I'm leaning more Eileen.
The gamers back then were like, it was just too.
Let me check out this creepy Channel Awesome situation. Antagonism grows, betrayal. What? Okay, let's go for this quickly. What is this? It's a tweet, right?
In early 2008, YouTube abruptly began suspending the accounts of numerous high-profile video creators, claiming that they were infringing upon copyright.
Oh.
By the mid-2000s, internet video media had grown in popularity, both in terms of creation.
Let's go to the beginning, actually. Down the rabbit hole.
Whenever the subject of Noah Antweiler
There's any controversy again after Smith's departure.
Stuffed online, the conversation will almost always turn to his loss of popularity. Most discussion around him takes the form of informal opinion.
So he had a loss of popularity.
Forum posts or recorded on video, typically created by fans and former.
Yeah, yes, I'd say that's definitely the case.
Pattern. They state that the quality of his content has diminished considerably, and while they hope he will one day return to making his old style of content, they believe this change unlikely. These critiques often read like eulogies, and from them it is clear that his reputation has turned from that of an amusing reviewer to a mentally unstable rambler. So who was Spoonie? Why was he so lauded? And how did he lose his fame? By the mid-2000s, internet video media had grown in popularity, both in terms of creation and viewership. Though consumer-grade video production tools were limited at the time, amateur producers would use their limited resources to create content centered around media, especially video games and movies. The most notable example was James Rolfe, later known as the Angry Video Game Nerd, who began creating videos in 2004, playing an exaggeratedly angry character, delivering harsh criticism for bad and sometimes obscure games released on the NES. This came at a time when internet speeds were generally increasing, making video more accessible as long as they were sufficiently compressed. And in fact, this compression made the quality of their recording equipment relatively less important. With no centralized location to host their content, these producers would purchase their own internet domains and upload videos there, where they could be accessed with proprietary video players or downloaded. Knowledge of these sites spread by word of mouth and on internet forums, where they gained significant popularity. However, the perceived entrepreneurial opportunities were limited, and so these videos typically stayed in the realm of hobbyists. As these videos were growing their audience, a few web designers and programmers were creating video hosting sites where users could upload their content without the need for purchasing or designing their own website. For example, in February of 2005, YouTube was made public, and only 3 months later, in May, Blip.tv was released. Over the next 2 years, as these video hosting sites were being discovered, internet users would be inspired by content such as that of James Rolfe, and soon, they too were creating reviews of media that they perceived as being mediocre or poor, which they would upload onto these more convenient services. It was in this wave of content production that Noah Antweiler created his first videos. On January 4th, 2007, Noah released his first video, a review of the game The Adventures of
Bayou Billy,
yes, referring to himself as the Spoonie one. The content was derivative of other contemporary bad game reviewers, a point he admits in the opening of the video.
Now there's a lot of guys out there doing video game reviews, like the Angry Video Game Nerd and RMIG21. I love those guys to death. I'm not necessarily trying to steal their thunder.
The core structure consists of himself improvising narration over footage of the game, interspersed
The
with
point is, it
clips
is
of himself
improvised.
talking or miming
Another
playing.
thing which I think is unusual for an LAI.
Two attacks, a punch and a kick. The punch being a short range attack that doesn't hurt, and a kick, which was a slightly longer range attack that doesn't hurt. He's got it.
This first video received significant attention at the time, and so he went on to produce more videos in a similar fashion, with what came to be his signature crude humor, hyperbolic rhetoric, and exaggerated demeanor.
Yep.
Boots him in the shins, and he's dead. Now I'm running in another one of these draconians, the ones who keep backing up.
Ah.
Like, hold on, what? And I got a dropped on me. You.
He also would create videos featuring audio CDs, where he would listen to them and occasionally pause them to deliver commentary. The general production quality on these videos would vary, but as he created more, he would begin to borrow editing traits similar to those used by people producing similar content.
Oh.
Help me get the game out of here.
Whoa.
In these videos, he would sometimes allude to certain facts about his life. He referred to himself as a, quote, psychological mess, and noted that he had depression, was jobless, and had been living in his parents' house for all 27 years of his life up to this point. During 2007, he created a 7-part review of the game Final Fantasy VIII, which grew his viewer base considerably. This series was released over the course of 6 months, from April to October, though he would later return to expand this review with 4 additional videos.
For those of you who can't
So,
speak Latin,
living in his parents' house, dependent on the stability offered by his parents, but also someone who's very dysregulated of himself.
His popularity would earn him a place among a body of other well-known reviewers, a place that would also serve as a refuge for his content to protect him from the attack that was about to occur. In early 2008, YouTube abruptly began suspending the accounts of numerous high-profile video creators, claiming that they were infringing upon copyright by including footage of movies and games. They also were flagged for having inappropriate content, though the definition of inappropriate seemed inconsistent. This was likely a move made by movie and game producers to prevent negative opinion about their work from spreading, as well as music licensors attempting to retain control of their intellectual property. This purge of content was highly visible, affecting some of the most popular creators on the platform. Noah was no exception to this problem. 3 of his videos had been struck by copyright claims, and his channel was clearly in jeopardy of being suspended entirely, like the others. In order to continue safely releasing content, he created a video in May urging people to visit his website, spoonyexperiment.com, where he had subsequently been uploading his videos as an alternative platform.
Play at Bogart, suspended. Armic 21, gone, but not forgotten. And the latest casualty, the angry video game nerd, also suspended for various reasons. Now, a lot more. I'll say that again. If you want to find me, go to my website. I'm going to put the link up there again at the end of this video. If you like these videos, I have more on my website. Plus, I have those hosted on an account where I actually get paid if you watch them. I was thinking of leaving YouTube anyway, because I don't get paid here.
But this would not serve as his primary mode of content distribution for long. Approximately a year prior, another content creator named Doug Walker had quickly found success reviewing older movies, such as the live-action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles films and Space Jam, under the moniker of The Nostalgia Critic. In light of the channel shutdowns on YouTube, Doug had moved away from the platform to release content solely on his own website, That Guy with the Glasses, in April of 2008, with videos hosted on Flip.tv. Only 2 months after Noah voiced his concerns about his channel being closed, he was invited to host his content on That Guy with the Glasses alongside the Nostalgia Critic, making him one of the first to join. He began by uploading some of his earlier reviews to the site, likely so they could reach a new audience and be safe in case his YouTube channel was taken down. But soon, his core content was exclusively being uploaded to That Guy with the Glasses and his personal website, consisting largely of edited reviews. By utilizing online advertising, the website was beginning to make significant amounts of money, enough so that when Noah lost his new job late that year, he opted not to look for another and instead devote himself full-time to producing videos. It was during this time that he met a woman named Scarlett, whom he would begin dating, and soon she would redesign his site and serve as webmaster while helping manage the forums. Over the course of 2008 and 2009, as That Guy with the Glasses gained increasing popularity, Noah would release some of his most beloved content while he improved his creation process, though it was still marked by a characteristic amateurishness which internet users found endearing or less important than the writing and acting. He quickly expanded to include other forms of content, including vlogs and commentary-style videos reminiscent of mystery.
It also shows less of an attention to quality than he does compared to, say, someone more introverted sensation.
You ever sneak into your boss's office and start just pawing through his photos?
You've got to stop it or I will. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch.
Ah, yes, the Christmas party. We all have fond memories of that one. I have a photographic memory of all the times I've been beaten up.
However, his most appealing content remained his reviews, which would still be released on a semi-regular basis, sometimes less than 2 weeks apart. Eventually, the site grew so popular that Blip.tv made an advertising deal with YouTube, so videos on That Guy...
Jump forward a bit.
Throughout 2009, even as his popularity was growing, his attitude towards some of his viewers was becoming more antagonistic as he reacted strongly to negative criticism. The forums on his website became notorious for the way that less than favorable discussion of Noah would often result in a ban.
So reputation
In March of that year, he had created a Twitter account where he would sometimes react strongly to those who criticized him. In one tweet, referencing his forums, he mocked those critics, writing, quote, "Wah, Spoonie's being mean and angry again, and he's banning people. And he took my lolly. It's my site, Bandmeat. I'll do the fuck I want." Since Scarlett was often the one to issue these bans, she received much of the ire from the forums. Despite these issues, the discussion around Noah was still mostly positive. On December 16th,
definitely not an LII.
The online publication Mashable revealed its Open Web Award winners, which conducted online polls to select exemplary users of social media. Of the 50 awards, Noah won Funniest Person to Follow, but his reception was lukewarm. He wrote, quote, "I debated with myself a long time on whether or not to post anything about this matter. I thought I might be feeding the trolls, but I think this needs to be addressed. First of all, thank you all for the extraordinary support and well wishes this year that helped me to win the Open Web Award for Funniest Person of the Year. I'm truly touched and honored by your support, and hope that I'll continue to
That is
earn
the
it."
hubris
That said, the celebration
dynamic
has painted a great deal for
at
me
play
because of a
between his
few
extroverted ethics and introverted ethics.
and hateful things on the blog and on the forums. I'm very, very upset right now. In fact, some of the comments lately have left me completely outraged. I've taken down my latest video and I don't intend to remake it because honestly, I'm not in the mood. I don't feel like being funny and you don't want to see me in front of the camera right now. These wanton emotional attacks on hard-working, innocent people have to stop. I don't mind if you come after me. In a way,
See, this is Nilee's. I think definitely it's Nilee. I think it's when he's not mentally, emotionally well.
When you make hateful, ignorant comments about my friends, family, and loved ones.
This is like doubling down extroverted ethics, mobilizing
it's not warranted
in someone who is undergoing depression.
And I'm tired of it. And I know that I'm only addressing a scant few people out there. I have thousands.
Suppose the ethics is stubborn. It's on his terms, not on anyone else's terms.
And supportive. I know you're good people, and I never get to thank them.
And also, he wants positivity. He can't. He doesn't want to handle negativity. He's struggling with negativity.
They don't deserve. Unquote.
And he doesn't realize how that's actually damaging his reputation.
In December of that year, he had begun a series entitled Wrestle Wrestle, where he talked in long-form, unedited videos about pro wrestling, especially TNA and WWE. These rants would consist largely of complaints about the most recent events, often being shouted emphatically and passionately.
We're watching because it tells a story. We're watching because we'd like to pretend. We'd like to escape for a little bit. But you might as well just... You're not even trying, are you?
These videos would range from half an hour in length to an hour and a half.
Yeah.
The popularity of these videos was far below that of his regular content, and people complained that he was beginning to create projects that distracted him from producing his core reviews.
Yep.
To help mitigate
Which is the distraction makes sense for extrovert intuition leading as well.
2010. 1 month later, Noah announced a contest based on his popular reviews.
Like, you look at James Rolfe, he just
in Ultima 3,
comfortably created the same thing again and again and again and again and again. He kept at it. Whereas he's diverging.
Call for people to make short films based on the concept of fighting grass. How he handled this contest, however, was controversial. The prize for the contest was an autographed picture of himself, a fact that reflected his growing ego.
Yep, that's the extroverted ethics mobilizing.
Upload them and collect the ad revenue.
He's becoming insufferable in his extroverted ethics.
But even so,
it's not strong, it's insufferable.
His viewers. This contest was remarkably popular. Over 140 different videos were submitted by people eager to receive Noah's attention, and if the original video creators had qualms with Noah's handling of their content, it didn't show online. Soon afterwards, however, Noah's relationship with Scarlett ended.
Yep.
The details of the breakup are uncertain, but it appears that she was the one to break up with Noah, and he would later refer to her in an unfavorable way, even as she maintained her relationship with other That Guy with the Glasses creators. Despite this setback, Noah was becoming a regular at gaming and nerd culture events and conventions, including the Electronic Entertainment Expo, the Screw Attack Gaming Convention, and the Penny Arcade Expo, among numerous smaller ones, where he would often speak at panels. It was also during this year that he started another series, entitled Counter Monkey, in which he recounted stories of tabletop role-playing sessions. While mostly unscripted and unedited, these proved remarkably popular, though still nowhere near as popular as his normal videos. 2011 went on smoothly for his content as it grew ever more popular, and his goal of becoming a film actor and comedian came closer to realization.
Right. Yep.
Very
Extroverted ethics
this
again.
run of good fortune would end. On May 11th, 2012, Noah published a series of tweets to Jesu Otaku, another content creator on the website, which read in part, quote, "You know, if things don't work out with you and Nash076, I'd be happy to chain you to a pipe in my basement and love you. My way. My way of loving someone is dirty and painful and ends in tears."
Oh, dear.
Shortly after. While this tweet went mostly unregarded for a month, it was referenced again by another person from the site by the name of Obscurus Lupa in an interaction between the two. Part of it reads with Lupa saying, quote, "Seriously, I can't follow you anymore, dude." Noah antagonizes her by saying, "Aw, Obscurus Lupa hates me now too. Gonna have to bust out the Adele playlist." Doubling down.
Introverted ethics fail. No sense of personal boundaries. Doubling down.
Eventually made known by other creators on That Guy with the Glasses, then renamed to Channel Awesome. Noah grew passive-aggressive. He wrote, "Is their punishment harsh enough for scum as loathsome as me? I really don't know what else I need to do. I've apologized. I've begged. Is it blood you want? Tears? I could rend my clothes asunder and wear sackcloth. Flagellate myself with a barbed whip? I can do it. I will. I mean, God, I made a bad joke. I'm sorry. I fucked up. Jesu Otaku, Obscurus Lupa, I'm sorry already. Please, take my penis. Burn it. I'm worse than Hitler."
And go back to the over-the-top humor.
Hit deep enough for my sin. I beg forgiveness, knowing full well it would be worth pissing on if my face were on fire. In response, Noah was given a 3-week suspension from Channel Awesome.
Right.
While some accused Obscurus Lupa of dredging up a tweet made a month prior to cause drama, she reinforced her opinion in a blog post entitled "The Uncomfortable Subject of Rape Jokes," where she states that there had been discomfort between her and Noah before. She wrote, quote, "Was I offended? Yes. Did I only say something a month later? Yes. And it doesn't matter. That doesn't change what it was, and I'm standing my ground on this. I don't care if the person who said it is popular or more funny than I am. That doesn't make it right. It was a coworker and a friend.
This
Was
is
the only thing that set me off?
this is the ILE death spiral situation
What
right now.
eventually happened? No.
It's a
This is what
perfect
my view
example
was
of a
and
hubris
why I
dynamic,
recognized that.
Isaac.
Somewhere in Noah's rash of defensive replies, he attacked one of the fans of another creator at Channel Awesome named Jason Pilara, who went by the name Boardcat. Shortly afterwards,
See, I'm still watching this, so I'm not taking a long time. I just think this is so illustrative. I just want people to watch this.
In the second part, he talked extensively about his experience with and opinions of Noah.
I've worked with Noah before, just like I've worked with many people with that guy with the glasses. I've had a lot of respect for people with that guy with the glasses, and I no longer respect Noah Antweiler. I used to respect him because I felt he put a lot of work into his videos. The man is possibly the single largest waste of talent I've seen in a very long time. And I am sitting here today telling you, Noah Antweiler, you need to give up.
Because he couldn't get his life together.
The second most loathsome person I've ever had the displeasure of knowing. You shit all over your fans, and then you shit on my fans. You think you're something, but you're a fucking nobody. You live out there in your fucking desert in the middle of nowhere, proclaiming you're going to be this fucking actor somewhere, and you're too much of a bitch to move out to LA and follow your dreams. You're too much of a fucking pussy. You're a fucking coward. You're a loser. Yeah,
this guy does not seem normal either. That, given this particular recording. Yeesh.
Lane, you got a small dick and you're fucking afraid of it.
Oh dear. Okay, I don't even particularly want to listen to this.
Fucking retard.
Oh dear. Right.
Playing it real time.
Yeah. And so I saw the footage, and there was one word searing through my mind, like bolts of fire, and that word, betrayal. What? Betrayal. Betrayed me. This game sucks. It has nothing to do with XCOM. Nothing.
I think this is the birth of Angry Spoonie.
Nothing to do with XCOM. Like, the first thing they did, they were like, okay, here's XCOM, and it's got aliens. And it's like, guess what happened, Spoonie? Guess what fucking happened?
I don't want to see this guy. He sounds like an absolute ass.
The day after Jason's stream on June 22nd, an announcement was made on the Channel Awesome website. It reads in part, quote, after recent events, Noah, the Spoonie One Antweiler, and Channel Awesome have decided to part ways. Noah has made it clear that he wishes to pursue a course that is different from our own. We feel that with these different aims, it is better for Noah to be free to pursue his own goals unhindered by us. Unquote. 4 days later, on June 26th, Noah revealed that he had been diagnosed with bipolar II disorder.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Founded upon his already present heart troubles.
That makes sense.
On September 12th, less than 3 months later, he spoke about his departure in a commentary track for the Channel Awesome film To Boldly Flee, in which he had taken part.
But that explains just why it's so hitting back at the fans in that kind of way. Most ILEs wouldn't. They wouldn't double down by going at the fans like that and going so caught up on how negative the cut stuff is. They'd feel it, but they wouldn't vocalize it so so negatively. Whereas with bipolar, it makes a lot of sense.
Very poorly. Knowing me, I'm the kind of guy who likes to touch raw nerves, and so naturally I started poking sticks at, Lupa, so to speak. That was not what got me quote unquote fired, and it didn't really stem, my departure. It wasn't like that. It didn't help, but that wasn't why. I guess the first thing I would talk about is there's kind of a financial aspect to this, and in many ways I just didn't need Channel Awesome anymore. I just didn't, in the sense that it was a really one-sided relationship. But also, on another respect, their website is so poorly designed. It really is atrocious. my videos are so buried beneath a nest of, layered rooted menus that if you wanted to find my stuff, I think I'm under like blistered thumbs, side critics, and like I'm so far buried you can't see what I'm doing. And I'm one of the more popular guys on that side, or I was. And the reason there were hurt feelings was because of the nutso situation on Twitter, where I really did start acting like a bastard and started like really slagging people online. You can't go doing that and not expect repercussions. And so that kind of spurred the discussion on where I wanted to go and how much I was willing to.
His output slows of any spirals. Why the spiraling? What's that about? Maybe we can just move on. I think I've taken more than enough time on him.
Noah had become more active on Twitter as the months had dragged on, even as his release schedule grew ever more protracted. He had become known for feuding with others, including content creators, but he would occasionally mention that he was working on reviews that would, quote, not pan out. However, in mid-2016, as Donald Trump was emerging as the most likely Republican presidential candidate, he began tweeting even more frequently, railing against him and his followers. He would soon be releasing dozens of tweets throughout every day, and he grew even more angry when Trump was elected, growing more active on Twitter even as his content production reduced, to the point that there was a 6-month gap in any content at all, from January to July of 2017. Unsurprisingly, his Patreon continued to slide downward.
Yep.
By 2017, he was making approximately $1,000 a month.
Yeah.
This number
If you add Trump derangement syndrome to bipolar to being a washed out ILE, it's not a pretty mix.
But even so, no edited videos were produced through the entirety of 2017. By this point, he also had stopped seeing his psychiatrist. In May, someone alerted Noah to the fact that someone had been placing banner ads on his website.
So totally dysregulating.
Content production. In response, he removed
no introverted sensation to really see.
His return in July of 2017 only included his live streams. Though these streams were one of his last sources of income, he was doing them far less frequently, with no more than 4 in a month through the rest of the year and into 2018. This degradation would soon reach its apex. On January 14th, 2018, Noah's Twitter account was suspended after he made a comment reading, "Let this be an important lesson. Your health insurance doesn't give a piss whether or not I kill myself, or how many people I take down with."
Cheapest.
This comment nor his suspension was surprising, as he had been suspended only a few months prior. But as the days passed, people began to realize that this suspension may be permanent. As of the production of this video, the account is still suspended, with his tweets only surviving as screenshots. 1 month later, on February 16th, his forums also went offline. One viewer of his expressed the belief that this was due to an update on his personal homepage, which was incompatible with his forums. These forums, as of production, are also still defunct.
Right, so we've seen enough now of the Spoony one. I think ILE, a very unhealthy ILE, unfortunately, who, due to success, went down the growth transition, but the hubris dynamic inevitably caused that to fail. He never quite recovered from that. He never quite got better from that. He never improved as a result of that, it appears. So that's quite sad. But yeah, okay. Let's look at someone else. So, how do we decide who's next? Now, 20 euros is actually worth more than $20. So I should do Mehdi Hassan next. Or maybe £20 is even more than 20 euros, which is Russell Crowe. But Claudia said she's happy to go last in the queue, so which means I should probably go to Mehdi Hassan. Let's do Mehdi Hassan. Right, Mehdi Hassan. See, I do know a bit about Mehdi Hassan already. He is a... Is he a Pakistani journalist? This is not the right Mehdi Hassan. Different Mehdi Hassan. He's of Pakistani origin, but he's not Pakistani nationality. Mehdi Raza Hassan is a British-American journalist, broadcaster, and author, recognized for his roles in hosting political debate programs, delivering pointed commentary on international affairs. Born in Swindon to Hyderabadi Muslim parents, he immigrated to the United Kingdom. He's worked across British, Qatari, and American media outlets, of course, Qatari, including Al Jazeera English. His career trajectory includes early positions as a producer at ITV and editor of The New Statesman. Very sophisticated, following by presenting upfront and head-to-head on Al Jazeera English, and interviews with global leaders and debated contentious issues. He launched Mehdi Hassan Show, MSNBC, focusing on US politics and foreign policy before departing the network to establish ZTO, an independent media platform emphasizing investigative journalism and unfiltered analysis. He has received accolades such as the Society of Professional Journalists for online column writing in 2019 and recognition in lists of influential Muslims in Britain. A defining aspect of public profile involves controversies stemming from a 2009 religious sermon, which he likened non-Muslims and atheists to cattle who remain deaf and stubborn to Islamic teachings, and separately referenced homosexuals in derogatory terms, statements that drew renewed criticism years later and prompted a public apology in 2019. His departure from MSNBC has been linked by observers to tensions under his coverage of Israel-Palestine conflict, hiding divides with left-wing media institutions on such topics. In his episodes, he maintains a reputation for rhetorical skill, offering win every argument, the art of debating, persuading, and public speaking, and engaging in high-profile debates that underscore his combative style. His combative style, a very capable communicator, very good at rhetoric, is what it was coming across here. Very accomplished in that respect. Born to parents who are Shia Muslims, originally from Hyderabad. That's very interesting. His parents are Shia, not Sunni, which means more of a connection potentially to Iran than other sort of Islamic groups potentially. His early childhood unfolded in Swindon, a predominantly white working class town, limited ethnic diversity at the time, so never get a chance of integration as recent immigrants from a Muslim background. Also, he's actually not Pakistani. He's actually Indian background. Well, okay. Yeah. Let me think in terms of the interesting. Okay, but Hassan's accounts emphasize a household steeped in religious and cultural practice from Hyderabad. He attended Christchurch, he pursued a degree in philosophy, politics, and economics. He engaged deeply with the Oxford Union. He honed his skills in public speaking and argumentation through competitive debates towards including religion and international affairs. His involvement fosters confrontational style and confidence in challenging opponents, as evidenced by his later reflections on mastering debates during his student years. So he's someone who mastered debate. What does it mean to master debate? Is it to have lots of knowledge, or is it to master how to win debates, what the style is? That's a key thing there. Is it about rhetoric rather than just having lots of knowledge at your disposal and seeing the problems of arguments? In PPE, I'm sure his career path. That's something you do, Oxford, if you want to become an MP or like a high-level MP, like a prime minister. Unsure as a career path he applied, persisting by sending speculative letters to an entry-level position at a news desk as news assistant in ITV News. The role was unfulfilling, prompting him to seek advancement while freelancing it as a news assistant in ITN. He progressed through off-air positions across multiple UK broadcasters. So Jonathan Dimbleby programme. He had a legal threat from politician George Galloway. He also held positions at BBC, Sky News. He then went to Al Jazeera as a presenter, initially hosting The Cafe about moderated debates on topical issues, which was a head-to-head, a monthly interview series known for its confrontational style towards a high-profile guest on global politics. He likes the confrontational style, that's quite clear. Often emphasize challenging establishment narratives. Episodes airing until October 2020. He launched The Intercept as senior columnist, a weekly column on global politics. Then went to MSNBC with the Mehdi Hassan Show. Definitely on the political left if on MSNBC. His Sunday program was cancelled in 2023. Less than 2 months after October 7th. Reports of a network suspending shows hosted by Muslim anchors during coverage of the ensuing Israel-Gaza conflict. Interesting. And that was by MSNBC. So then it video operates as a subscription-based platform on Substack. It had seed fund from undisclosed Muslim American investors. It's contributed to writers like Naomi Klein and Greta Thunberg. Yeah. This basically represents that sort of split between sort of the more pro-Israel left and the more anti-Israel left, I guess. So the Shia Muslim content expressing concern for Shia minority on Taliban rule in Afghanistan, so it's facing influence worldview. So Islam's core tenets of mercy and compassion, what's interesting religious doctrine of political extremism. In a 2019 religious address, he referred to non-Muslims as kuffar, disbelievers, and cited the Quran to portray atheists and disbelievers as people of no intelligence, likened to cattle, incapable of rational rejection of Islamic teachings due to prejudice. So the poem describing the kuffar as the worst type of people deserving God's wrath, framing such views as derived from Quranic interpretation rather than personal animus. In fact, he had used kafir unthinkingly in the past, acknowledging its specific theological connotations, but fully retracting underlying spiritual basis. Now, you see, he said very much the wrong thing, and that could have really hurt his reputation. But clearly, he's managed to manage through that in a way which, if you look at the sort of the rape joke from the other guy, didn't. Like he's managed to sort of bury a lot of that. He defended Islam as inherently peaceful in public forums. That's nothing. You see him in terms of how he speaks to how in 2009, of course, how he spoke to other Muslims. It was very against non-Muslims, very against non-believers. Yet he defends Islam as very peaceful, very much, a very positive thing when presenting himself publicly. That's an interesting difference. This is only 4 years after the 2009 religious address. He's condemned child marriage form of child abuse. It must be stopped, and it's not Islamic. He defined Islamism as a politicized ideology of war and terror, distinct from the practice of most adherents, including himself. Even though what he just said in 2019 is kind of in line with that. Like, if you hold to the beliefs which he espoused in 2009, why would you not be Islamist? He positions himself as a practicing Muslim who counters the phobes, the Islamophobes, by highlighting scriptural emphasis on ethical conduct over selective atrocity citations. The problem is, within 2019, totally undermines trust in that. More recently, he's advocated for public expression of Muslim faith, arguing in 2025 that the Islamic call to prayer is equivalently American to church bells, asserting Muslims' full integration. He's criticized perceived normalization of anti-Islam bigotry. Some of figures like Richard Dawkins. There's a very consistent line of rhetoric from him. It's not that he adopts many different positions. He's got a very clear agenda from looking at this, and one where he's not entirely upfront with how he actually feels in the pursuit of that agenda. Chad for Israel directly, yep. Makes sense. He'd be very much on the anti-Israel side, be on the pro-Palestine side. That kind of goes part of the course here. Funded by Qatar, yep. He's consistently positioned as a critic of Republican domestic politics, and yep, exactly. He's on the political left, exactly. He's denounced Russia's invasion as illegal, barbarous, and potentially genocidal. Supporting Ukraine's right to resist occupation, calling for a quick negotiated ceasefire. So Iran gives diplomatic engagement over confrontation. See, when it comes to Iran, which is Shia Muslim, he wants diplomatic engagement, no confrontation. Don't be nasty to Iran. When it comes to Russia, he'll be far more aggressive because Russia is not Islamic, and he can therefore present his softer left credentials by being pro-Ukraine. But when it comes to Iran, he wants to make sure it's as soft as possible. He's condemned the human rights record, which he has to do, but he's also prioritized de-escalation, but claims of Iranian destabilization. That's interesting, though. He's critiqued NATO's eastern expansions, violating prior agreements, under, though he does not excuse Russian aggression, to which he challenges his credibility, sanctioning Russia, give its own interventions, while rejecting narratives equating NATO's role to Russian imperialism. But then he directs criticism at the US. That's potentially a bellicose bully in interventions. And China and Taiwan is a twist. Alarm over Beijing's military encirclement, warships, drones, cyber attacks. Okay, we know about the 2009 he equated homosexuality rights he deemed gravely sinful, as things like pedophilia, sexual deviance, and incest, indicators of profound disbelief and moral corruption. And apostasy, he acknowledged in 2010 and Guardian column the existence of traditional Islamic prohibitions against leaving the faith. Such laws effectively barred missionary efforts by non-Muslims by restricting Muslims from conversion. Framing as a structural barrier to religious pluralism. Anyway, so he acknowledged the column and calling the existence of traditional Islamic prohibitions against the faith. However, by 2011, he publicly rejected capital punishment for apostasy, arguing that the Guardian piece of the Quran prescribed otherworldly rather than earthly penalties, distancing from punitive enforcement while critiquing extremist applications. So he rejected capital punishment here, but he acknowledged the existence of traditional Islamic prohibitions against leaving the faith, and that they barred missionary efforts by non-Muslims. He saw it as a structural barrier to religious pluralism. And is that seen as a bad thing? I'm not sure. Interesting to look exactly what he says there. Whether that's entirely relevant. I'm not sure it's entirely relevant. What can we see here? We're going to see the surrounding debate. One progressive versus 20 far-right conservatives. But is he a progressive? This is the thing. He presents himself as a progressive, yet he actually has a very conservative Islamic view, at least based on 2009. He's not really a progressive. It's interesting he's able to make himself appear like a progressive despite not actually being a progressive. Elon Musk has called him evil. Did the post next after Drew Ross in prison for playing Israel the Holocaust. So he deleted it. In now removed tweet, he stated that one of the ways in which the Gaza genocide was worse than even the Holocaust is that you didn't have the Nazis mocking genocide after it was over, trying to perceive Israeli mockery of Palestinian suffering. It's clear where his views are. As long as it aligns with the left. When it's not clear with the left, he sort of hides it. And then when it's revealed, he sort of apologizes it away and doesn't really focus on it much more. So there's a slipperiness there, but also a skill in pivoting and managing his reputation, despite controversy. Supporters have given Professor Conservative Loudly as a formidable debater and incisive interviewer capable of dismantling conservative arguments with rigorous preparation and direct questioning. One of the most formidable debating interviews of our times, highlighting his hard-hitting exchange on both sides of the Atlantic. He was in profile as the debater, emphasizing his confrontational style interviews, such as John Bolton, focusing on policy specifics without yielding ground. Hard-hitting journalists, effective for asking tough questions. Critics, forgetting partisan bias. Well, yeah, he is partisan. I think that's pretty clear from looking through it. Drew Mansell him a dummy. Neutral observers acknowledge his rhetorical prowess and preparation. He prepares. He has rhetorical prowess. I think that's what he prepares to get across the facts of a situation, but he has great skill in his rhetoric and how he pivots and presents himself, it seems. Let's look at something from him. Let's look at the Mehdi Hassan show to start off with. Then we can look at that Jubilee episode. That's Zeteo, right. Keep going 4 days ago. That's 4 days ago. Oh, that's the okay. Let's look at the Mehdi Hassan show first. Let's look at one of them just for a bit before I get into trouble with YouTube. What's it like?
The Russian invasion of Ukraine has been staggering, but the war.
Was I saying this morning I watched a clip where Asmongold argued that the consistent through line, what Mehdi says, that it always benefits Islamic terrorism. Yes, but specifically when we talk about Islamic terrorism, it is aligned to Islamic terrorism that is funded by Iran, as far as I can tell. I haven't seen it sort of be pro-Taliban. Well, it's of course not going to be. It's never overtly pro-terrorism. But it happens to be convenient to Iranian-backed terrorism. But I haven't seen the same thing, let's say, with, say, the Taliban or ISIL or sort of Sunni-oriented terrorism. It's more the modern issue with Islamism. His views and the narrative through line seems to be aligned to that kind, which makes sense given he's Shia. He's not Sunni.
Years behind it have been plain to see. We'll introduce you to the twisted but influential intellectual who's been called Putin's brain. And the January 6th news keeps coming, but none of it.
The point is, his skill, I think, is that he's able to do this whilst presenting himself as a sort of progressive lefty. Because he's not a progressive lefty. That's the point. Let's go a bit further.
Dugan, who you saw there with the beard, has said that chemistry and.
Oh, he's got Alexander Dugin. He's brought in Dugin. Dugin's like their sort of mastermind, but behind Putinist Russian thinking.
Putin is absolute. Unbelievably, in the nation that gave us Tolstoy and Dostoevsky, the esoteric rantings of Dugin are what pass for philosophy today. It's a hodgepodge of neo-paganism, mysticism, and Russian Orthodox Christianity with a bit of Nietzschean romance and critique.
See, he's not interested in exploring what Dugan's saying. He's not trying to. He's narrative setting already, and he can do that because his audience don't want to look at Dugan. He's attacking Bannon. He's attacking Dugan. And look, I wouldn't agree with Bannon either. I'm not pro-Russia, but it's interesting that this is already narrative management. He's happy with that approach, presenting from a very clear political view.
Some would say fascist.
It's not journalism. This is opinion.
First, because he's so typical of our era, where crass authoritarian propaganda is being laundered and spread by far-right think tankers in many countries, including the US. But second, because Alexander Dugin is not only justifying, but
so this is not someone who values extroverted intuition. See another one. What's he doing in this other one?
457 minutes. That's how long the gap is in the White House
Trump
records. January the 6th. What accounts for?
I think she should be invited, given.
Iconic, if shameful, moment. Colin Powell held up a tiny
ripping into Republicans.
Supposed stockpile of anthrax to make the threat of biological warfare that much more visible and.
Well, actually, that goes against what I said before, because this is attacking the Republicans for going against actually Sunni Islam. So maybe I was wrong, and maybe it is Islamism in general. I don't know. I mean, he's just attacking the Republicans because, is this him doing his dues to the left?
In front of the eyes of the whole world, the US Secretary of State shook some kind of a test tube with white powder, assuring everyone that this is a chemical weapon being developed in Iraq. It was a hoax.
So yeah, I'm pretty sure a beta.
lines of Russia.
It could be Gamma for looking at this.
For a moment, even strategically, does it make
Definitely
sense to
Beta or Gamma from this. Extra nutrition is not valued from what I can see.
Of a failed state, Russia, when that state is run by a volatile autocrat who is in possession.
Russia sanctions, and Putin again. Let's skip forwards a bit. No, this one. Law bars Medicare for negotiating workplace. That is insanity.
Negotiate prescription drug prices on their behalf. Almost all of them. A poll last spring by the Kaiser Family Foundation.
Again, shaping how you're meant to view this, which I think is more beta than gamma. More beta. That is insanity. Doesn't let the facts speak for themselves. That is insanity.
A 2013 YouGov poll found that only 81% of Americans approve of apple pie. Government negotiated drug prices are literally more popular than apple pie in the United States. Which is why, after several false starts, the new Democratic reconciliation plan includes allowing Medicare to negotiate drug costs, as well as strict caps on the price of some drugs. And it would make drugs available to buyers outside Medicare at the negotiated rate, meaning most Americans' prescription drug costs could go down by as much as half. Those measures could also save the federal government nearly $500 billion over a decade, according to a 2019 analysis of similar legislation. So, hey, it's fiscally responsible too. This is not a radical agenda. It is a prudent and popular plan with Democrats, with independents, and with, yes, Republicans too.
And this is now defending the Democrat point. Defend Democrats, attack Republicans, attack Russia.
God love him, Bernie Sanders.
Attack Israel. Support Palestine. Support, well, not support, but you won't go so far as to support Iran, but like, be nice. Be nice to Iran. Be nice to Iran.
Joined by 3 House Democrats who opposed the prescription drug plan in a committee vote. They include California Congressman Scott Peters, who took in more money from pharma lobbyists than any other member of the House this election cycle, and Kurt Schrader of Oregon, who is the 3rd biggest recipient of campaign dollars from drug maker Pfizer, and whose multi-million-dollar personal wealth reportedly came from a quite large inheritance from his grandfather, a longtime vice president of Pfizer. You cannot make this stuff up. In fact, every Democrat who opposed the drug benefit got favorable campaign ads.
So this is the style. It's very narrative control. It's presenting things from a very particular stance. It's opinion. It's not pure journalism. Let's see. And that's the sort of show he likes. This got cancelled, and that's why I had to go to Zatio. But he was quite happy doing this sort of thing. He could have done this a lot longer, if you were allowed to. Let's look at him on... Let's actually look at the 2009 sermon. Let's take a look at this. Islam is a peaceful religion. This is his Oxford Union 12 years ago. But this is the 2009 sermon.
In Islam, the ends do not justify the means. This idea is totally alien to Islam. In Islam, what is halal is halal, what is haram is haram. We do not bend our law, our morality for our short-term aims. Never. And we never lose the moral high ground. If we know
do not bend. Very dramatic as well. Very expressive. Very expressive. Lots of hand movements. Very, very...
Once we do that, we are lost.
But we do not bend. We do not bend. The absolute truth and structure must not be bent.
What it fundamentally comes down to. It is to remain ignorant, to cover up knowledge after all.
I'm very sure this guy's beta.
One covers up that knowledge which is clear. The French Orientalist scholar Lamennais
There is an intellectual side to him, very, very clear. But it's to persuade. He is a persuader. That's what he wants to do, to get you to believe this, to follow this, to adopt his take on things.
And of course, the kafir, the disbelievers, the atheists who remain deaf and sullen to the teachings of Islam, the rational message of.
And this is all very, very beta. The absolute truth, those outside. No, 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 no. It's almost like LSI-ish, but this is also. I wouldn't say he himself is an LSI. He's too wily for that. He's too good at how he pivots and what his rhetoric is. But definitely beta values.
All of these ulama unanimously agree that at the very
Look at that star. Look how expressive he is. And see how that star is different to his style on the Mehdi Hassan show. It's less of the hands, less of that going on. And Isaac, exactly. He is incredible at this, at how he pivots himself and convinces you he is a left-wing progressive when he's not, and he's nothing like a left-wing. He is. He's uniquely good at this. Right, let's see him in. This is him in the Oxford Union. So this is public. This is the side of him to everyone who's not Muslim. This is what he's like.
Entertaining night, are we not? With some very interesting things being
Far more measured, far more sophisticated, less of the Hitlerian hand movements.
Saying, as a Muslim, as a representative of Islam, I would consider myself an ambassador for Islam, a believer in Islam, a follower of Islam and its.
Okay, a bit of his hand moves, but still more measured, reasonable. He's trying to convince you he's a reasonable.
I apologize for the role of my religion and me and my people, for the killing of Theo van Gogh, for 7/7. Yes, that was all of us. That was Islam. That was Muslims.
This is the.
I mean,
the sarcasm to set it off.
Claims to make in the very first speech on a day like today, where the Conservative Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is having to come out and point out that these kind of views are anathema. And I believe you're trying to stand for the Labour Party to become an MP in Brighton. If you do, and you make these comments, I'm guessing you'll have
to quite combative now.
But then again, UKIP's on the rise. They'll take you. The BNP. They might have something to say about your view.
I see. Right now, this is not substance. This is rhetoric.
Factual points, as we heard a lot about the second speaker about how backward we Muslims all are. On a factual point,
so sarcasm-driven humiliation.
610 AD. Saudi Arabia was born in 1932 AD. So you were only 1,320.
Humor.
Not bad. Not bad start there. Talking of maths, by the way, a man named Al-Khawarizmi was one of the.
That's a good question, as he read Nigel. That would be very interesting.
He's the guy who came up with not just algebra, but
the problem is he is stronger in a debate, and I think. Well, no, Farage is pretty good in a debate. Farage is pretty good once he's gotten across something, but Mehdi is like almost a professional debater.
Anyone else other than the.
He's very good at what he does. He doesn't make This isn't This is not substance.
Historian and author of The Golden Crucible points out that there would be no Renaissance, there would be no Reformation in Europe without the role played.
The amount of snark to content. There's a lot more snark than content right now. He's working the crowd. So when he's a very good debater, it's because he's a good rhetorician.
I will leave that to the imagination as to who is our and who is there. I studied here too. An astonishing set of speeches so far making this case tonight. A mixture of just cherry-picked quotes, facts and figures, self-serving, selective, a farrago of distortions, misrepresentations. Misinterpretations,
how?
misquotations.
How?
Daniel talked about my article in the New Statesman, which got me a lot of flack, where I talked about the anti-Semitism that is prevalent in some parts of the Muslim community, which indeed it is. Of course, I didn't say in that piece that it was called.
I think so, Isaac. There isn't much in terms of the content. It is, at the moment, it's all style, it's rhetoric.
Western Europe, where I believe some certainly bad things happen to the Jewish people. In fact, Tom Friedman...
He doesn't let the facts speak for themselves. He won't. He won't allow that to happen. He has to narrative set with mood, so that when he does present the content, you're already prepared to interpret it in a certain way rather than another way.
Values of a continent that murdered 6 million Jews. Moving swiftly on.
Hey, what did he just say there?
Yes, of a continent that murdered Semitism from someone who's here to defend the Judeo-Christian values of a continent that murdered 6 million Jews.
Oh.
Swiftly on.
So using the Holocaust to say that Europe does not have any moral substance.
I agree with you. I agree with you 110%. That is my point. I don't think Europe is evil or bad. I'm a very proud European. I don't want to judge Europe on the basis, but if we're going to play this gutter game where we pull out the Bali bombing and we pull out examples of anti-Semitism and Islamic community, then of course I'm going to come back and say, well, hold on. I mean, look, let's be very clear. Daniel here was a last-minute replacement for Douglas Murray, who had to pull out. And Douglas and I have a well-documented differences, but to be fair to Douglas, as to be fair to Anne-Marie and to Peter, atheists. Atheists see all religions as evil, violent, threatening. What the problem I have with Daniel's speech is that Daniel comes here to run this robust defense of Christianity, forgetting...
Keep in mind, National Socialism was a rejection of Judeo-Christian values. Certainly the Judeo side, but even the Christian aspect, it was very much a movement against that, and sort of because it was seen and almost recognized as being almost Judaic in origin, Semitic in origin. National Socialism was about going back to it was going back to Odin. It was going back to the worship of Germanic gods, not very overtly, but it was very, if you look at Himmler's thinking, it was very much along that. It was rejecting anything that would have come from the Jew in shaping how Germans thought about things. So that is the exception which proves the rule, if anything. But, you know, again, it's rhetoric.
That his fellow Christians, people who said they were acting in the name of Jesus, gave us the Crusades, the Spanish Inquisition, the anti-Jewish pogroms, European colonialism in Africa and Asia, the Lord's...
Well, it works if you don't stop and think about what he's saying.
Attacks on abortion clinics in the United States of America to this very day. I would like a little bit of humility from Daniel first before he begins lecturing other communities and other faiths on violence, terror,
He's only gone 5 minutes.
But
5 minutes, and it's just rhetoric. 5 minutes is just rhetoric. It's a roast.
Point here. I'm not playing that game. I don't actually believe that Christianity...
He's not going to play that game. He just spent 5 minutes playing that game.
...does in Uganda, or what Crusaders did to Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem when they took back the city in the 12th or 13th or whatever century it was. I believe that Christianity, like Islam, like pretty much every mainstream religion, is based on love and compassion and faith. I do follow a religion in which 113 out of the 114 chapters of the Quran begins by...
He started with no love, no compassion, just... He's gone combative, but now he's going to tell you it's actually about love and compassion and faith.
Some kind of Greek god of wrath, as a god of hate and injustice. Not at all. As Adam pointed out, you go through the Quran and you see the mercy and the love and the justice. And yes, you have verses that refer to warfare and violence. Of course it does. This is not a motion about pacifism. I'm not here to argue that Islam is a pacifistic faith. It is not. Islam allows military action, violence in certain limited contexts. And yes, a minority of Muslims do take it out of that context. But is it religious? We talked about Woolwich. Daniel and Anne-Marie have suggested that it's definitely religion that's behind all of this. Well, actually, what I find so amusing tonight is we're having a debate about Islam. and the opposition tonight have come forward. We have a graduate in law, a graduate in modern history, a graduate in chemistry, and you know.
And that's exactly it, Isaac. It's about the emotional overtones and perceptions he can shape. That is more what he's interested in than the substance of a logic. I don't think he's confident he would win on the substance of a logic alone. So he leans far more what he's strong at, which is rhetoric management, which is narrative management, rhetoric, perception alteration. That is his strength, which is extroverted ethics. He's intelligent, but where his confidence is actually placed is in the extroverted ethics, not in the logic.
Specific secular and strategic goal to compel modern democracies to withdraw military forces from territory that the terrorists consider to be their homeland. And the irony is, when we talk about terrorism, the irony is that the opposition and the Muslim terrorists, the Al-Qaeda types, actually have one thing in common, because they both believe that Islam is a warlike, violent religion. They both agree on that. They have everything in common. Osama bin Laden would be nodding along to everything he's heard tonight from the opposition side. He agrees with them. The problem is
that, again, rhetoric. It's rhetoric. It's because the nastiest Islamists agree with the people arguing against the idea of Islam as a peaceful religion, because they agree that somehow brings their view into contention. That is rhetoric. That's not substance.
Problem is that mainstream Muslims don't. The majority of Muslims around the world don't. In fact, a gentleman here started quoting all sorts of polls. Gallup carried out the biggest poll of Muslims around the world of 50,000 Muslims in 35 countries. 93% of Muslims rejected 9/11 and suicide attacks. And of the 7% who didn't, they all, when polled and focus grouped, cited political reasons for their support for violence, not religious reasons. And as for Islamic scholars and what they say, well, Daniel talks about our University of Oxford. We'll go down to Oxford Centre for Islamic Studies, get hold of a man named Sheikh Afif.
He does have facts. He does have but it's after the rhetoric. And the facts are, it's facts. It's extroverted logic. It's not much in terms of introverted logic here.
And describing suicide bombings as an innovation with no basis in Islamic law. Go and listen to Sheikh Tahir al-Qadri, one of Pakistan's most famous Islamic scholars, who published a 600-page fatwa condemning the killing of all innocents and all suicide bombings unconditionally without any ifs or buts. There's nothing new here. This is mainstream Islam, mainstream scholarship, which has said this for years. You don't go out and kill people willy-nilly in the high street or anywhere else on a bus or a mall based on verses of the Quran that you cherry-pick without any context, any understanding, any interpretation, or any commentary. Please. Well, I didn't say it doesn't happen at all. I never said it didn't happen. I don't blame Islam. Yes, it's a very point. A lot of us are campaigning against that, and we're campaigning against it in the name of Islam. We're campaigning against it in the name of various interpretations of Islam. Anne-Marie comes and scares us with her talk of Sharia law. I would like to see the book of Sharia law. It doesn't exist. People argue over what Sharia law is, and you empower the extremists by saying there is only one version. You empower them all. I don't believe you took any interruptions, Anne-Marie, so I think you should stay there for a moment. Here's what we're dealing with. Here's what we're dealing with. We are dealing, I took your point. Here we are dealing with a 1400-year-old global religion, followed by 1.6 billion people in every corner of the world, a quarter of humanity, of all backgrounds, cultures, ethnicities. And yet the opposition tonight wants to generalize, stereotype, smear in order to desperately win this debate. And here's my question, if we're going to generalize and smear. If, okay, people say yesterday's bombers, and we've got to be careful, there's a trial going on, were yesterday's attackers, motivated by Islam? Big debate. I don't believe they were. Let's say they were. Let's say Faisal Shahzad, the Times Square bomber, was motivated by Islam. Let's assume, for sake of argument, that Richard Reeves, the shoe bomber, was motivated by Islam. If Islam is responsible for these killings, if Islam is what is motivating these people, and Islam is therefore not a religion of peace or a religion of war, then ask yourself this question: why aren't the rest of us doing it? Why is it such a tiny minority of Muslims are interpreting their religion in the way that the opposition claim they are? Let's assume there are 16,000 suicide bombers in the world. There aren't. Let's assume there are for the sake of argument. That's 0.001% of the Muslim population globally. What about the other 99.99% of Muslims who the opposition tonight either ignore or smear? The reality.
Okay, so we've seen this sort of there are facts, there is logic. It's couched in a huge amount of extroverted ethics. As for the debate whether Islam's a peaceful religion or not, it depends on how you define the debate. If you want to define the debate as simply arguing that Islam is not, if you simply want to say that a terrorist is not representative of a Muslim, yeah, you'll win that debate, which I think is what Mehdi's trying to do here. If you instead couch in terms of Islam is a religion that has entered into war on the basis of its religion and has taken territory in the name of its religion, if that is your argument for why Islam is not a peaceful religion, you will win that debate. But it depends on how you define what it means to be a peaceful religion. If a peaceful religion is, if you set it so that not being a peaceful religion means being having terrorists as being reasonably representative of your population, yeah, you can fight that way. But that's a whole other thing to saying Islam is a peaceful religion because it's not conquering lots and lots of territory, which it has, because there have been 3 caliphates, especially the Rashidun and the Umayyad, conquering huge swathes of territory in the name of Islam and bring people to that religion. Although with a period of time, and actually there's a period of time in the Umayyad Caliphate where they actually killed people to prevent them from converting to Islam, because then they wouldn't pay the jizya, and they wanted to pay the jizya, so they wanted to stay non-Islamic, which is quite funny. But you get these interesting situations throughout history. So, yeah, the point is, in his interest, he wants to paint it as, well, no, Islam is a peaceful religion because it's absurd to paint the average Muslim as a terrorist, which, yes, it is absurd to paint the average Muslim as a terrorist. Yeah. Okay. Right. So what else can we see here? Let's go to the Jubilee one. How does he handle that? That's a different sort of debate. We watch all of it, of course.
Yeah, you don't look very Native American. I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you talking about? You're a little bit more than a far right.
Well, that was a dumb one.
I think you say I'm a fascist. Yeah, I am. Listen, I am an immigrant. Absolutely. I don't even like. I should get the hell out. Yes. Why? I don't want you here.
Mehdi's going to make such quick work of these people.
By 20.
Like when you are like 10 out of 10 on rhetoric, and you're dealing with people who are just not skilled in debate, he will destroy you. This is him. It's easy pickings for him.
Welcome. We're involved.
All of them are pardoned. Okay, that's pretty much. That seems to be.
The 6th. I think 600 of them have been charged with assaulting a police officer or obstructing a police officer. 170 had pled guilty to assaulting a police officer.
It didn't say they were charged with using. It didn't say pled guilty.
70 had pled guilty to assault with a deadly weapon. J.D. Vance said, "We're not going to pardon the violent criminals from January 6th.
If you committed violence that day, obviously you shouldn't be pardoned, right?
Donald Trump pardoned all of them. Are you okay with that?
I would say January 6th is a very special case. I would say it's almost like a climax point in history. I would just phrase the question this way. Right now in the LA protests, if they were to, just for example, if they were to rush the capital of LA, I mean, they'd have to move over all the homeless people living in tents on the steps of the Capitol. But if they were managed to get into the Capitol and they were just protesting, peacefully, let's say police officers
Go in.
Like
how he could have shifted the frame was diverting attention towards the various Black Lives Matter riots, the people who were burned alive in their I think like at least one person was burned alive in their shop due to those riots, the property damage, the amount of people who sort of let out without any sort of imprisonment. Yeah, you could go to examples of Trump then cracking down on that, but at the same time you say, okay, that best because Mehdi does have a point here. You say, well, Trump is not that Trump is really pro-crime or pro-criminal or anti-crime and anti-criminal. He does it according to certain he thinks about it along certain political lines, which is unfortunate. He would almost he almost tried to appoint a gangster as a Supreme Court judge or something absurd like that. Like the from we can see here, extroverted ethics is the strongest aspect for him. That he has that combative edge as well. There's the extroverted sensation, which he clearly values. Beta values in general is apparent here, not extrovert intuition valuing. Yeah, but the key area of strength here is the rhetorical quality that he brings. And when he does engage in logic, it's less introverted logic. It's much more supportive, extroverted logic to support his rhetoric management. There isn't that much introverted logic to be seen, which is why he's so skillful at positioning himself as something which he isn't. He's skillful at positioning himself as a progressive leftist when he's not a progressive leftist. He is a conservative Islamic rightist, which is very different to an American or Anglo-English rightist, which is why, yeah, he's not on the same side of them. That the people forget that the right is not a monolith. That every kind of conservatism is different depending what civilization it originates from. But his is a Shia Islamic conservatism, and his skill set is making himself appear appealing to left-wing progressives when he is not actually a left-wing progressive. So yeah. Because she says, I thought SLE, but fair enough. I can see, yeah, I think the skill set is the extroverted ethics. And if you look at, say, Hassan Piker or other sort of supposedly left-wing, but also really it's almost that sort of Islamo-conservatism leaning aspect. No, I guess no, he's in the middle. I think he actually is to some degree also progressive. It's stranger for him. He has a sort of very masculine progressivism with Hassan Piker, but he doesn't pivot well. He doesn't make himself appear convincingly other than what he is. Whereas Mehdi Hassan is far more skilled at this and far more able to do it in a way which comes across as sophisticated, as belonging in elite intellectual circles and in the media classes where he can make his points known. So yeah, I think EIE is quite clear here for him. What is your sociopath? Goodness. Particularly this is it here. Quick one. Then we need to move on.
Oh. Good evening, everybody. I am so sorry about the late start. A few minutes ago, I was trying to place a pizza order for 500 people to hand out to you, and the folks who are still out on the sidewalk who are processing as quickly as we can. There's still a few. But we wanted the security check to be thorough, and its thoroughness slowed us down a little bit, so our apologies for that. And I'm going to skip through some of my usual preliminaries to save a little bit of time. Very spokesperson for Israel in the October 7th war, co-founder of the Israeli Citizen Spokesperson's Office. Central Gaza last October, killing more than 100 people inside, including more than 50 children, with no Hamas target in sight, according to Human Rights Watch, with no explanation offered by the Israeli military. Even till today, was that justified?
Again, mood management is the stuff. This is a common pattern with him.
And then getting them in those safe zones.
It's rhetoric. It's doing this, doing this. It's doing this. It's doing this. What's this? Getting you to feel a certain way about it before even engaging with the factual content. Which again, the extrovert ethics is very clear. I don't see much. He's not that masculine in the way you expect of extrovert sensation being the leading function. And the key thing is that another key thing here, which is less so for whereas SLE wouldn't be so much this. Mehdi prepares. He carefully thinks through which facts to bring together before going into this. He wins debates not on the spur of a moment. He carefully prepares what he's going to say and how he's going to say it, which is very much in line with EIE rather than SLE. We saw this on looking at Wikipedia, that he does carefully prepare in forensic detail what he then wants to actually bring up in the debate. So, yeah, EIE makes more sense than SLE. Let's move on now. So, Jim Shooter. Let's do Jim Shooter. Jim Shooter. Is he on Wikipedia? He's got another comic book guy. So James Shooter was an American comic writer, editor, and publisher. Began his career at age 14. Writing on DC Comics' Legion of Superheroes at 14. Goodness. In 5 decades, he contributed to the medium through scripting, editorial leadership, control adventures. He fashioned comic books, as they all did. He read them avidly as a child. From surgery at age 12, when exposure to Marvel titles sparked a deep analysis of their narrative structures. Self-taught through systematic study of existing comics, he honed storytelling techniques by deconstructing plots, character arcs, and pacing, applying logical principles to craft coherent tales without formal training. Wow. Okay, that's cool. There's an unsolicited script for Legion of Superheroes, purchased despite Shooter's youth and lack of professional experience. Wow. He's self-taught for meticulous analysis of existing comics. This is a logical type. This is logic. Emulating narrative techniques to enhance pacing, character depth, no formal writing training for avid fan, iterative revisions based on published works. His decision to buy the script stemmed from its alignment with reader preferences for engaging youth-oriented adventures. He's created dozens of stories across DC's lineup, validating his market fit through consistent purchasing and writing mentorship, which emphasized empirical feedback from sales and fan letters over theoretical craft. So extroverted logic is clear here as well. This output comes full issues full of multiple arcs. So the exceptional productivity for a teenager, with Shooter handling layouts and breakdowns alongside scripting and accelerate production, though he received no on-site supervision due to his remote freelance status. Yeah, as Isaac is suggesting, Andrew Wilson's a good example to look at, and I don't think Andrew Wilson is a careful preparer. He just sort of goes in and wings it from what I can see. Let's see. So Drew's tenure, Marvel's editor-in-chief. He's Marvel's editor-in-chief. He implemented strict editorial policies, enforced deadlines, led to conflicts with creators who missed submissions. Steve Gerber was terminated in 1978 after chronic delays on Howard the Duck. So Shooter heavily edited for pacing and content adherence. Fingo's unreliability is detrimental to Marvel's operations and financial instability. Critics Gerber self-criticism his intervention overreach, stifling creativity, with Gerber later decrying the loss of autonomy in Marvel's work for hire model. Should account for such measures would essentially prevent Marvel's collapse as a company facing a bankruptcy with inconsistent output, eroding market share against DC Comics. Verbal abuse and gender sensitivity suffers from female creators. Wendy Peeney's encounter with Shooter dismissively referred to as the artist's wife upon introduction, filling a role that definitely isn't a logical type. The ethics is not strong in this person. Such anecdotes fueled narrative of a toxic workplace with outlets, comic journal, citing Shooter's confrontational styles or fostering resentment among staff. Shooter advocated for creative protections that indirectly benefited women, approving every his imprints, allowing limited rights to retention for prototype Peeney's ElfQuest, overseeing hires of female editors and writers amidst broader policy shifts. His tough love approach, prioritizing accountability over indulgence, drove Marvel's recovery. I don't know, I'm thinking probably an LIE, but we need to see. Is it creative ownership? Intent for Jack Kirby's push for original artwork return, where Shooter positioned as an internal ally, negotiating against Cadence, Industries executives reluctant to relinquish assets from Kirby's 1960s contributions. Like pushing for management, citing storage and insurance burdens. Should have facilitated returns of multiple artists, including Kirby, framing it as ethical restitution from legal concession. Kirby never formally sued Marvel. Detractors accused Shooter of insufficient advocacy, thinking he posed as protracted corporate stonewalling emblematic of Marvel's exploitative history. In parallel, Shooter championed royalty programs starting in 1981 to keep proof of profit sharing on successful titles. His reforms are considered too rigid by some, empirically stabilized the company, opponents crediting Shooter's discipline for averting insolvency of permissive alternatives. Into a personal blog at Jim Shooter, where he published essays critiquing persistent challenges in the comics industry, including stagnant pay rates, frequent line-wide cutbacks, and layoffs that strained creative talent. Let's say here, born September 27, he's got his same birthday as me. How lovely. Into a working class family, his modest because of his early entry into professional writing for financial support. He married Michelle Money, marriage ending in divorce, he had one son, Benjamin Shooter. His relationship with family that remains sparse in public records. Strong reservations about the contemporary comics industry, deviation from the core purpose of providing entertainment towards promoting ideological messages. But they forgot what business they're in, and so it's supposed to be entertainment, but a lot of it comes out like propaganda. So it's perhaps such as retconning established characters to align with modern agendas, and Jack Kirby never intended for Ford to be a girl. Alterations of Captain America as a Hydra agent, which he believed as betraying the reputation of absolutely right, that it was terrible that they did that. Shooter advocated for narratives where character action dialogue naturally convey themes of overt editorial preaching, asserting let the characters say it right, don't you say it. On devising hiring practices and meritocratic approaches. Yeah, it's a typical sort of pragmatic conservative approach. One of the speculative excesses in the industry, putting collapse in terms of unsustainable hype of genuine readership. Against treating comics as investment vehicles, counting anecdotes of fans prioritizing collectability over content. He favored free market mechanisms such as direct sales model he helped pioneer. It's amazing how he became a good writer by just studying and looking at what did well, what didn't, and then iteratively improving how he did something. It's a bit almost like how Mr. Beast made good shows. He's lauded for engineering a financial recovery, transforming a company plagued by inconsistent sales and total disarray into an industry powerhouse with rigorous editorial oversight and approaching direct-to-retail distribution channels that enhance profitability. Commercial characterized him as overly autocratic, citing accounts as micromanagement, a confrontation with freelancers, disputes of creative control, alienated talent, contributed to his 1987 ouster. Critiques often amplified in creative memoirs, portray him as emblematic of hierarchical excesses. Though empirical outcomes like sustained output volumes and market gains, just his methods yielded productivity benefits absent under prior regimes. He just didn't handle his relationships well, basically. I'm going to frame it as either a pragmatic disciplinarian, tough love realism, stale as a faltering sector, a causal analysis of pre-sunset decline, or a similar toxicity per left-leaning industry voice of prioritizing relational harmony over results. Yep. Let's take a look at Jim Shooter on YouTube. In fact, at such a young age, he taught himself to write really good comics and got them purchased. Well, he did this he even went about it very seriously, like broke it down to its components of what actually works for being a successful comic. Andrew Wilson, how did that come up? Is my computer listening to me? It's a totally blank channel, totally blank. I just like account. It's on incognito. Yet it for some reason is showing Andrew Wilson. Maybe because looking at Mehdi Hassan. I don't know. Is it listening to me? I don't know. Right. Let's look at Jim Shooter. There we go. Comic superstar to outcast.
Hey, Infotron, how's the research on the episode going?
Information overload. I am corrupted.
Infotron? Whoa!
Okay. Let's get past the silly humor to get to the.
Hello, welcome to Comic Tropes. I'm your host, Chris. Today, I want to talk about the rising and falling fortunes of an important figure in comics. This is an individual who has had as much success as anyone in comics has had, and yet he's also had an equal number of setbacks. I want to talk about the creative and smart man who has also rubbed people socially the wrong way.
Yep, that's basically what I said.
Shooter. Let's talk about works. So that
Well, what Wikipedia said, really not what I said.
To its greatest success ever, only to be unceremoniously fired and then to go through the same thing.
This usually happens with LIEs, by the way. They achieve their objectives in bringing in the money, and then people get rid of them because no one likes them.
1963, at age 12, Shooter was recovering from minor surgery at the hospital, and there wasn't much to do except read comics. He noted that the DC comics were very similar to the ones he'd read when he was younger, but the Marvel comics, which had debuted just 2 years earlier, were different, more grounded, with people in the real world and with characters that had flaws and problems in their personal lives. He spent a year reading both and comparing them, feeling that DC needed help. In 1965, he sent some scripts and art for Legion of Superhero stories to DC Comics. Editor Mort Weisinger bought them and commissioned him to write Supergirl and Superman and eventually write Legion stories.
Basically, advised on how to change the business model of DC when he was 13. Incredible.
Major publisher. As a teenager, he created Legion characters like Karate Kid and Pharaoh Lad, as well as villains the Fatal Five and the Sun Eater. He also created Superman villain Parasite and worked with artist Kurt Swan on the Flash vs. Superman foot race story, Superman's Race with the Flash. Jim Shooter displayed great storytelling skills at an incredibly young age. He was there nearly from the very beginning of the Silver Age, competing against men nearly twice his age, maybe even more, for work. So he has been actually creating stories for half a century at this point. In 1969, Shooter began working as an editor at Marvel. He went back to DC to write Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes.
Oh no!
He did not get along.
Oh no! I can't actually show this one. That's annoying. Okay, we're gonna have to go to something else, Finn.
Hi, I'm Jim Shooter. I've been in the comic book business or all around it for about 60 years. And look at this line. We're having a big celebration of imagination here today. It's going to be wonderful.
You said this is nothing strange.
No, I've done this many, many times. And it's really great because we're all fans. Doesn't matter which side of the table you're on. We're all fans. And so it's like the clubhouse. We all get together. It's wonderful.
This is your 60th anniversary of being in the comic industry.
That's true. I've been here doing this 60 years and worked at different companies. Was the editor-in-chief of Marvel for a long time. And it's just great to see all of this coming together now.
And you have some things coming up. Can you talk to us about what you have coming up?
Well,
All right, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, so let's see some of this.
Hi, I'm Jim Shooter. I've been in the comic book business or all around it for about 60 years.
See, we couldn't watch that the video, unfortunately.
A big celebration of imagination here today. It's going to be wonderful.
This is Jim Shooter.
No, I've done this many, many times, and it's really great because we're all fans. Doesn't matter which side of the table you're on. We're all fans, and so it's like the clubhouse. We all get together. It's wonderful. This is your 60th anniversary of being at the Comic Con. That's true. I've been here doing this 60 years and worked at different companies. Was the editor-in-chief of Marvel for a long time, and it's just great to see all of this coming together now. And you have some things coming up. Can you talk to us about what you have coming up? Well, everything I do is somehow comic book related because I'm like typecast, you know. So I'm doing a series for one of the streaming services, and I'm not allowed to talk about it, but it's going to be fun, and yes, it's comics related. Anything you want to say have experience this kind of here to the fans? Welcome. This is one place where you can actually become part of the show. There's a lot of people come in costumes and outrageous outfits and stuff, and you'll see everything from Star Wars to SpongeBob, and everybody has some favorite character or story that they loved when they were a kid, or you still do. So everybody's gonna have a blast, and there are a lot of great celebrities here who made those characters come alive on the silver screen. So it's this can be fun.
They're having a blast. It's a fun convention. Looks like some extroverted ethics there. Is it just role extroverted ethics? It could easily be role extroverted ethics there. It's just speaking to the positive, upbeat mood of the place. Let's see this.
Welcome back to Comic Book Historians. I'm Alex Cran. Go ahead and click on that juicy red subscribe button down below. Yep. Also, go ahead and click on that bell for notifications of new content and material. Also, check out my new comic book available online on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other online book. There's more to this. How much of that do you feel were like, let's say the layouts put together by Kirby or Ditko or those guys versus Stan's pacing of the story? Like, let's say later, looking back at that era of comics you were studying, how much of it do you think was Stan versus kind of the co-plotters at the time?
Well, okay, years later, I worked very closely with Kirby for 2.5 years. I worked with Ditko. Got him back to Marvel. I worked with him there, and I worked with him at all three companies.
Yeah, very long. This guy has taught for a long time.
So I found out what really happened. I talked to close.
Yikes! Literally 10 hours. 10 hours. That's mad.
Mori Kuramoto.
He spoke for 10 hours.
And so
this guy
that knowledge I'll say
has stamina.
But at the time,
or just no sense of self-preservation in talking.
Really influenced by Ditko because I loved how he did it, and Kirby, you know, can't argue with Kirby. This is great stuff. But the dialogue was important to me too. And I assumed that it was Stan's story. I didn't know. I assumed. You know, years later, you know, it's popular now to say, "Oh no, it was all Kirby." Baloney. I worked with these guys. I know Stan was the man. I mean, there's no question about it. You don't have to pad Kirby's resume. He was the greatest creator we ever saw. But you know, don't take anything away from Stan. He was the man. He was in charge. He made it happen. It was his stories. It was his plots, and for the most part, his characters. Now, did Jack and Steve, you know, help? Yeah, of course. I mean, it was Spider-Man, for instance. I asked Steve. I said, percentage-wise, what is it? He said, 70 me, 30 Stan. I said to Stan, what was it? He said 50-50. I don't care. They both contribute, right? Jack tried to say that everything. And then I talked to him for a while, and he conceded that I was right. No, you're right. Spider-Man was Steven. Stan contributed to everything, and you know, I mean, like I said, you don't have to add anybody's resume. This guy's a genius, Stan. He was a genius, and you don't have to take anything away from Kirby to say that.
So all right.
I don't think in Alex's question, though, that he was really questioning that as much as just the pacing in terms of, because I brought up that what happens on page 6, since they were doing it the Marvel way and their rhythms are different. You know, like a Ditko will go back to normal by the last page. It rarely has Spider-Man even on it. It's about Peter Parker on that final page. For most of his run, whereas Kirby puts a here's what's happening next at the very last panel. I've been studying those last pages. So they do have different rhythms between the two of them, and I'm sure Ayers had a different rhythm, and Colin obviously had a very different rhythm in terms of that. So
let's not go there.
So I'm just saying that maybe that's, you know, that in terms of studying it formally, structure-wise, that's part of the reason there'd be a difference.
Well, Jim, it was the way you phrased the question. Like it was his co-plotters, and you know, like how much was their influence, stuff like that. And I answered the question, how much was their influence?
And it's true. And I would say probably you're both correct. I was curious about, do you think the variability was based on who the stories were done with? But also, I actually enjoyed hearing your take.
Oh yeah.
On the concept anyway. So yeah.
Well, the thing is, yeah. I mean, and they did have different styles. I'm not sure Kirby always ended on a slam bang next issue blur, but
only in the beginning, by the way, not only in the first like 10 issues of the FF.
All right, well, I'm going to have another look at those. But the thing is that they did have different styles, and that's one of the things I was trying to say. When you read the Marvel books, they weren't all like the formula. They were scattered around. And I'll tell you this also about Stan, is that when Stan had an artist who was good, okay, he played to their strengths. For instance, Kraven the Hunter, okay? Why was there a Kraven the Hunter story? Because Steve Ditko told Stan, hey, I like to draw animals.
Yeah.
So Stan did Kraven the Hunter. And it was Stan. You know, Steve didn't make that up. Stan. But you know, it's you know, I do the same thing. I mean, if I've got you know, David Lapham, you know, you can challenge him with anything. If I've got a newer guy or maybe somebody who's more old fashioned, you know, I try to, you know, keep it the way they can do it the best.
Right.
So, you know, I mean, it's some of that is Stan, and some of that is just because, you know,
he's sort of narrative rejecting here.
Irrepressible.
He is factual, but also it's narrative rejecting. It's almost what an IE would do, but it makes sense an LIE would do this as well.
About that, again, relating to
it's like, oh no, there's more factual thing to consider here.
When I was 17, I went up to Marvel Comics. I lived in Pittsburgh. I was in New York, probably to CBC, and I went to Marvel Comics, and they come on in, you know, no problem. So I talked to Saul Brodsky, and I had gone to art school, and
he doesn't exactly look like a guy who's in comic books. He sort of looks like a guy who's working in an office who's just taking his tie off.
You know, I thought, well, I probably can't draw as well as some of these guys, you know, any of these guys, but maybe I could control the tools enough to be an anchor. And so I asked, they introduced me to Saul Brodsky, and I asked him, could I, you know, try out to be an anchor? And he says, sure. And he goes over to this shelf, and there was a stack of pages. It was more than a ream of artboards. It was, I'll guess 700 artboards. Almost all Kirby's, mostly Kirby's. And they were rejected pages. They were pages that, you know, Stan gave Jack the plot. Jack went off some weird direction. Stan said, no, draw this over. This is what I want. So this big pile of rejected Kirby pages. And the others too. So Saul just flips through the pile, and he gives me the rejected splash page for the I'm gonna say FF94 was the Agatha Harkness issue.
Okay.
Stan didn't like the splash page, and he had Jack redraw it. And he also gave me a Gene Colan Daredevil page which Stan rejected. And you know, I mean, like, he was not just some guy you just wrote the dial. He was running.
Oh yeah, he was vetting the stuff for sure. I'm with you.
Directing. You know, but like, it's like if you have a David Lapham, You have a Don Perlin. You have, Barry Windsor Smith. You don't have to feed them their lines. You give them the direction, the idea, and then let them go.
Right.
And that's exactly what
Yeah, they let them go. So this idea of letting people go once the people are competent.
The guys who weren't great storytellers.
This is a guy who sees competence in people.
Probably the best I can think of. But there were some guys who weren't that, and maybe good artists, but they weren't that good stories.
Let me go and get back to the early days for just a couple minutes.
He's a good judge of competence, you can see.
Everybody, because they often give the same answer, which is, were you a super early reader?
Yes, I was reading well before first grade. My mother would read comics to me. She would read them slowly and point at the words. Okay, and after a little while, I didn't need mommy, and I could read them. And
almost across the board, we get that answer.
Yeah, I was real into reading too. I mean, because once you get a kid reading, then they read everything. Newspapers, the soup can label, it becomes sort of normal for you.
Newspapers and soup can labels.
I don't know. I don't know if it was first grade. Maybe it was like about second grade. I was reading 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Going to the dictionary a lot because there's a lot of words there. But that's another thing my mother taught me, go to the dictionary, right? So I was reading everything. My mother, when I was, I was like 9 years old, and my mother was a sucker for like salesmen would come to the door. She almost felt bad about turning them away. Didn't have any money, but she'd buy something. So one time somebody sold her a set of encyclopedias, World Book encyclopedias, 1960 edition. And I read them cover to cover, the entire set.
Wow.
World Book encyclopedia.
Extroverted logic supreme.
I read. That's what I did.
Once you stopped reading comics at age 8, since you were reading, what were you into Edgar Rice Burroughs? Were you into science fiction? What kind of stuff were you reading?
Adventure kind of stuff. Swiss Family Robinson, Robinson Crusoe, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, a bunch of H.G. Wells, a bunch of Jules Verne, and some other things. My sister was 3 years older than me. She would bring books from school, not only her textbooks, but library books and stuff like that. I'd read everything. I'd read whatever she brought, and so I don't remember all.
He'd read everything. This extroverted logic is key to this guy. This quantity of information.
And you were thinking, you didn't pick DC because they were your favorite company. You picked them because you thought they needed the help and you might have a chance of getting a job there because you were going to bring Marvel to DC.
Their books weren't as good as Marvel's. I didn't think I could compete with Stan. He was writing everything. And DC had a lot of different.
This is a 14-year-old thinking this.
Because Julie Schwartzman,
13-year-old, sorry.
Gardner Fox and Dawn Broom. I don't know. But anyway, so I just thought I had a better shot there, and that I could, maybe do books good enough, be better than some of the stuff that they were doing, and that worked out.
So, from a tactic standpoint, why did you pick Legion of Superheroes to be the thing you were going to write?
Well, I'll tell you what. Legion of Superheroes every month would have a great cover, an interesting cover, and then you'd read the story, and it was tepid. I remember this one cover. It had half the Legionnaires on one side, half the Legionnaires on the other side, charging each other. Like it's going to be this big battle.
Oh yeah, I know that with the flag holding up. I totally know that one.
And so I read it, and it's nothing. It's really very tepid story. So what I thought is like, of all the DC books I read, I thought that had the most potential and the least realized. So I thought, there's so much you could do with this, that they're not doing.
Almost like entrepreneurial with comic books. There's more you could do here. There's more you could do there. I got an idea how to improve how this thing is done.
At first, I thought those guys. You know, I didn't think much of the guys who were writing that stuff. When I found out who they were, Otto Bender, Edmund Hamilton, those guys. You know,
Didn't think much of them.
And as I learned the craft, I discovered that no, they were really good.
Okay.
They just were old guys, and they like weren't hip like Stan, you know, and or you know, young like me. So and you know, and they had a kind of a mindset that worked in comics in the 40s, and
right,
you know, and they were just it was just a job, just making a story, and you know, and I of course was passionate, but so anyway, what I'm trying to say here is that I thought that you know like that, you know, oh, these guys aren't any good. Yes, they are. They were excellent. They just were out of their time. And
yep.
So anyway, they
see how he defaults to
you know, sort of
reputation-saving compliments. This is the extroverted ethics as a role function.
And
he is privately more harsh than he is in how he presents himself.
He was the head editor at DC. They didn't call him editor-in-chief, but he was the vice president, kind of in charge.
This is something which an LIE will do, but an ILI won't do. ILIs will not think to do reputation-saving compliments.
One story, and then he sent you a letter and said, "Can it give me another one?"
Unless they've been specifically told to do that.
And then they bought them and printed both of them, right?
They printed all of them. Everything I ever did for DC, it was bought and published.
And my understanding is in the early days when you first talked to him on the phone, he assumed you were an older person, that you weren't 14 or 13 or 14.
Yeah.
I never said it in so many words, but I think he thought I was a college student. And there's another guy I used to send him stuff all the time who was a college student, Kerry Bates. And I guess he thought he must be like Kerry, right? Kerry, this stuff didn't like for a while. And Kerry was one of the guys who came up with good cover ideas. But the stories weren't happening. And as a matter of fact, the very first thing of Kerry's that was published is that Kerry sent in a story.
See, he evaluates things in terms of how good it was, how effective it was, how this and that. Extrovert logic is key here.
Just send you a drawing, a cover drawing. I want you to write a story to go with it. So he sent me Kerry's drawing, and I wrote the story for that cover. So for Kerry's first published work was a cover on a story I wrote, and but soon after that. He was starting to get the drift, I guess, and then he started using them too. That would have been late 60s. My first was 65, I think, and this was maybe 68 or something. Something like that.
Now, the two-part story that you sent, so the second one that you wrote, that's a major story in the Legion history, because that's the one that introduced this Karate Kid, Princess Projector, Pharaoh Lad, and Nemesis Kid, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's incredibly bold to like introduce that many Legionnaires to the status quo, like in day one. And then when you get into who they were, it's even more amazing, because we'll talk about Pharaoh Lad in a couple of minutes, and you're playing for him. But what were you thinking? I'm going to go big and really get their attention?
Well, what I was thinking was that, you know, like issue after issue was the same characters all the time, whereas every issue Spider-Man's a new villain, you know, and a lot of new characters, and always introducing new stuff. And I thought, you know, also I thought the Legionnaires, all of them have these point your finger powers, you know. I mean, they point their fingers and something gets heavy or something gets light.
The extra nutrition's also coming in here.
I needed somebody who could knock a wall down. Or, you know, I wanted some physical action. And so I
a desire for physical action.
It wasn't like
an ability to see and think broad in delivering the physical action.
Saw the
I think is pointed to extroverted intuition, demonstrative, and extroverted sensation mobilizing.
So I don't know. I mean, I guess I was trying to make them as good as I could, of course. And I thought maybe, creating some characters would be a good idea.
And you came up with that name Karate Kid as well, right? I mean, that's your.
Yeah, that's me.
So then when the movie came out, just out of curiosity, did they have to deal with some trademark issues with DC?
Karate Kid.
If you look at the end of the Karate Kid movie, they all have a copyright notice, DC Comics.
Yeah.
And at one time, actually, there was a guy lived out of Long Island someplace, and he sued Columbia Pictures because he said that he came up with the name Karate Kid. He wrote a story very similar to that. He sent it to Columbia, and that he was, that it was really his and so forth. So the Columbia Pictures lawyers, I guess, found out from DC that I created the character, and so they came to me, and I had to testify in federal court that I created Karate Kid. This guy alleged that he had created it in 1968, and I held up my comic book and I said 1965.
That's awesome.
And so in Columbia, the guy, I love the guy from Columbia. He says, "You're the best witness we had since Clint Eastwood."
And just out of curiosity, did you like the Karate Kid movie, even though it's not the same character?
Oh no, it was fine. Yeah, I liked it. It was good. I mean, the thing is, they just needed the name,
right?
And any similarities, I mean, pretty much all the martial arts movies, at least in those days, there's somebody who has to find a.
It's sort of a detached way when she talks about things.
Yeah, the young hero story. But that's cool. You came up with that name. That's awesome.
So Ferrolat, was that a nod to your hometown?
Just jump forwards.
Steel?
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
I see Chris Claremont. That's interesting.
Characters. My father was.
You've made a couple references to that as being almost like a certain gold standard of writing and success. Tell us about overseeing that run in its heyday, because X-Men hasn't really been, I don't think, the same since that era of time.
No, when I started there, Chris had left staff to go freelance because he had picked up the X-Men. I don't know what else. And he was on staff. A lot of people would be on staff only until they could get freelance work, and then eventually, but you're in the office all the time. It's easier to pick up some freelance work. So I started editing this stuff. I don't know. It was several issues after that one that landed Giant Size X-Men #1. So Chris was a couple issues into it.
Yes.
And I liked working with Chris. I mean, he was one of those guys. He didn't want you to fix it. Say, just put a little pencil X in the margin. Tell me what's wrong, and I'll fix it. I want it all to be my words. And so, and usually it was stuff like, "Hey, Chris, it wouldn't be nice to mention the character's name somewhere, Oh, and then you run and find a typewriter. He typed the whole page over.
Yes.
And that was fun. And so I would try to, I thought, that's great, Chris. I'll just tell you what's wrong. You fix it, And I mean, he's pretty good, but he would make mistakes once in a while. He'd just stuff that I just we can't do that. I mean, like, he had this one thing where Professor Xavier, the Morlocks were going to dress him up in like transvestite bondage gear. And I said,
Oh, they were going to do that to Professor X?
Yeah.
The Morlocks were. Okay, I gotcha.
But I said, I don't think so, I think we had that one changed. After I left there, he eventually had the higher X-Men wearing French maids costumes.
So yeah, he would have a certain thing he'd throw in, yeah.
Dude, he would occasionally have an idea, and I would say, I don't think so, Chris. That's not. But I didn't really have to too much because pretty soon, I mean, Tom, I think, was his first editor when I stopped being the associate editor, became editor in chief. I think his first editor was Jim Salicro. Might have been Roger Stern.
Yeah.
But at any rate, I mean, Stern was very good. Salicro was pretty good. And then he had Louise. And then he had Ann, who was trained by them.
Yeah, all good people, yeah.
So, I mean, he had the A-team, and so I didn't have to, get involved too much, but I would occasionally, or the editor would come to me and say, "What do you think of this?" Or show me something. And I had to sign the books out. When the book was ready to go to the color separator, it was passed around to the production manager signed off on it.
Mark Grimwald, that's interesting.
Signed off on it.
I want to see that.
If it was a licensed book, I had to get legal department to sign off on it, and then me.
Oh, I don't know. Awful. There we go.
So I applaud it.
Did you like Mark Grunwald?
Oh, I loved it. I think it was great. It was a nut, but it was good. He was always doing stuff, crazy stuff.
Nah.
Just for fun and stuff. And if you're working 14 hours a day, you gotta goof off sometimes. You gotta do something stupid once. So this one time, I'm in the work, and there's a sign on the wall, the Great Marble Whack Off Contest. Whack off with marble, and it says a 5 on it. And I said, Bruno, what's this? Just can't tell you. The next day has a 4. It says whack off with marble. Marble whacks off best, and this goes every day. And I said, if this is what it looks like, you're in trouble, kid. And so comes whack off day, and it was those ping pong paddles with the little rubber ball that you bounce.
That you whack off.
Yeah, you whack with a paddle, and it was a contest to see who could keep the ball in the air the most. But he was always doing goofy. And
you said that you wanted him to sign the same agreement that everybody else. That Kirby signed the same agreement about getting the art back as everybody else. But he wanted his lawyers wanted more than that. But
they wanted all kinds of stuff.
But art related, because if you're giving it all back, I don't understand what else you could ask for.
One of the things they wanted him given credit as sole creator on all Marvel comics, Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, everything. Sole creator.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the art coming back, right?
Bingo.
But these are part of the discussions happening at the time that messed up a clean transaction.
But they're trying to do, like Congress does, stick things in there that have nothing to do with, trying to make it into a contract, an agreement, and oh, by the way, you get the artwork back. But I said, no, it's only about artwork. You sign the standard form. That's it. But they had all kinds of things in there that they wanted. How big his name had to be in the credits, and come on. Fine. I'm happy to put him in the credits. As a matter of fact, I ran into Jack at San Diego, and we were good friends. You can see my Kirby picture here.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, Jack. I bought it and gave it to him. He gave it back to me. And he signed it as to Jim, a good friend.
Oh, that's
yeah. But because we got along fine. He knew I wasn't that guy. And we got along just fine. So I ran into him in San Diego, and other people were doing it. It was Groth and his people and lawyers and Jack's wife who were really the driving force. Jack wasn't. I think he felt he should have been treated better. He sure should have, but he wasn't really the one, doing all this stuff.
Right. I think it's hard when you're a creative person and a creator advocate. But at the same time, you have a fiduciary responsibility to look after the best interest of the company that you're in as a vice president. That must have been a weird situation for you.
Yeah, I was trying to do both. I kept. The thing is, at first, I was winning, and because everything I was doing was successful and making so much money, outselling DC 4-1, beat my projections every year. Also, was good at engineering the costs down and saving money and stuff. And so I was, for a while there, I was doing all this stuff, and I really got them convinced. No, do it right, play it fair, we'll all do that. And they were buying. Why? Because we were. And then, at the end there, it's all started to go south. But what I was going to say is I ran into Jack in San Diego, and his lawyers were on this thing about he has to have sole credit creator. I just stood there leaning on the rail with him. I said, Jack, I've talked to Steve, Stan, Saul, Flo, Maury, George Russo's, everybody I could find who was there. I said, and everybody tells the same story. He said that because he was telling me a story about how he created Spider-Man. He had everything out of order. Spider-Man was first, Fantastic Four was later, and a lot of details wrong. And because he was getting forgetful. When in 1976, I think he was driving somewhere and he forgot he was driving. He ran into a tree. They wouldn't let him drive anymore. He also had trouble remembering how to get home. When he was talking to me on the phone about comics, oh man, sharp as a tack. You know, he loved that. But other stuff, I think he'd fade in and out on. He was getting older, you know, it happens. But so anyway, I was talking to him. I said, look, I've talked to all these people. Everybody says that Steve, and with help from Stan, created Spider. Steve created Doctor Strange all by himself. Stan will tell you. I said, you know, and of course you did a lot of the work, you know, creating a lot of these characters. I said, didn't Stan do anything? Didn't he contribute at all? So at the end of that conversation, he said, you're right. Spider-Man was Steve. He said, I did the drawing cover. I said, yeah, I did the first cover. But Steve created the character. Just look at it. Bib attached, no, not stripes. That's not one of your costumes. You know, I said, I saw your drawing. I did. I held it in my hands. Saul had it in his office.
Oh, you saw his Spider-Man proposal?
Yeah, and it was the guy had like Captain America boots. He had a whip gun. He had trunks and tights.
Wow, that's cool that you saw that.
Yeah, with notes in the margin. The notes said that he was going to be the son of the police commissioner, so that how he was aware of crimes and stuff. I said, that's the Fly, isn't it? but anyway, I mean, I saw that, and so I got him. He said,
it's sort of like
Steve did it. And Doctor Strange is Steve's, and then he said, and yes,
it's quite a bit sort of
Stan, you know,
positioning himself as correct in this,
so,
that things were not factually on.
Understanding he was going to get credit on the stuff.
Very calm and he goes through it.
And for some reason, he remembered that. And the lawyers backed off. So that, you know, actually, that's about the time I was leaving. So,
do you feel the success of Secret Wars 1 and 2 changed your approach on how you
There's also a sense of him sort of getting
the other artists and writers,
getting one over and showing where he was correct and he was across the facts, whereas Jack wasn't.
Approaching how you handled discussions with them.
No, not at all. I don't think so. I mean,
goodness, it's just
my policy.
How was he after like 7 hours of this?
Increases.
Yeah, well, 3 days smoke.
He's still going. He's still going.
I don't want to handle. I just get up.
And did you ever get married or have kids?
Yeah, I was married for a while. It didn't work out so well. I have one son. He's 24 in August, and he's a musician, and he's doing real well.
Oh, that's awesome.
He writes music, he writes lyrics, and he plays 6 instruments, and he has a band, he has a website. You know, he's doing great. You know, great kid. I keep thinking of maybe the mailman was his real father.
That's awesome. You love him. That's great.
Oh, he's terrific. He's just the best thing.
When did your parents, are they still around? And if not, when did they pass away?
My father died in 2001, September 17th. My mother's still with us, but she's in her nursing home. She's in her 90s. She's lost her memory. She doesn't know who I am. She has no idea. But she's happy. She's cheerful. She loves everybody. It's really funny. She can't remember who I am, but they do these sing-alongs. She remembers every word, every song.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Memory is such a weird thing.
Yeah, kind of weird.
7 hours is incredible.
You can't go visit now because of the COVID thing, and so I once in a while either they'll call me or there's a minister that goes.
Yeah, true.
There's the lady who does her hair, and there's a social worker. And I talk to them.
There's also a guy who's happy to sit in the same spot for 8 hours.
Can't ask for more.
And then was there any sort
he's
of
recounting what he did. He goes for it. But he's sitting in the same spot. There's no need for him to shake himself off, physically refresh. anything like that.
There's always comes. I was not like that. I mean, she would take me with her to Episcopal Church, and I didn't hate her. I just I wasn't as into it as she was. You know,
It wasn't your interest.
no, I was. Yeah, you know, fine. That's not my thing. I do wear I wear a flag on my lapel for my father, who was a war hero, and cross for my mother. And people ask me about it, and I say it's from my mother. It's my mother's cross, you know. And
There's introverted ethics.
but I mean, you know, that's not me so much.
And what war did your father fight in?
World War II. He was in Normandy and Brittany. Purple Heart with a crest. Bronze Star should have been the Medal of Honor. He was a machine gunner.
Oh, cool.
Infantryman. All the people in the machine gun crew were killed, so he did.
Mm-hmm.
You know how to.
It's a controversy.
History, so she was seeing it from a different perspective. It makes sense.
Can I tell you about the punch?
Oh, we're going to talk about the punch. Yes, you go ahead.
All right. See, I wrote that plot, wrote all the plot, and in that story, in the plot, it's carefully described that Hank Pym is leaning on his lab table, okay, with his head hanging down, and Janet comes up behind him, okay, and she's trying to, you know, be nice. She's trying to, you know, be supportive, and he doesn't realize she's right behind him, and he was supposed to do this. Are you ready? Leave me alone, and accidentally hit him. Okay. So Bob Hall, who went to the John Buscema School and was taught, you know, always do extreme action, he turned it into a right cross. The book comes in, it's late. I'm like, oh, this isn't what I want. And I said, but there's no time. All right. I didn't think it was a big deal that time. The book goes out. Two things happen. All of a sudden, my story becomes the white beat. It had nothing to do with it. It was an accident. Two, Bill Sienkiewicz, who apparently knows something about this kind of thing, he came into my office carrying a copy of that book, threw it on my desk, and said, why didn't you have me draw this? And I said, what do you mean? He said, he did this wrong. He said, this guy is not supposed to hit her. I said, how do you know that? He said, I know. He said, that's not what this is supposed to be. I should have drawn this. I said, well, too late now. So anyway, forever I kept getting asked about the wife beating story, and I always told her that, you know, that I didn't tell Bob to draw that. He just did it because he thought it was making it more dramatic. And for a while, Bob was mad at me because he kept saying every time somebody asked him, you know, for an interview, that they wanted to talk about, you know, what I said, which is that he did it wrong. And so I ran into him at a convention last year or something, or a year before. And he says, I was so mad at you because I kept getting that question. And I said, yeah, Bob, but you didn't do what I asked you to do. He said, I know. I said, so, I mean, you know, what am I supposed to say? You know, and he said, no, I'm over it. It's fine. You know, so we went and had dinner and it was fine. But it was really never intended to be there. It was not supposed to be there. And if Bill Sienkiewicz could read the book and see that's wrong. You know, not wrong in the sense of the act itself, but wrong that he drew it wrong.
There's a little bit more. I'm thinking LIE. I mean, there's always a sense of people are being irrational or getting upset about this and not remembering things correctly. And, you know, I'm just going to, you know, handle that, you know, not get drawn into it too much. Lots of sort of disputes in that sort of way, or this sort of way.
Well, I needed to make money, and when you're, you know, 12 years old.
Welcome back. It's just so when I approached you about this subject, you know, to his track record and what he stood for in the comic book industry.
Well, to really understand how important he was to the industry, a little background, you know, knowledge might be good. Yeah, I don't know if everybody knows, but Jim Shooter started in
There's
comics
lots of
at
emphasis
age
on
13,
conflicts with people.
when he was,
comes out quite a
he
bit.
said age 13, he'd read comics as a kid, but had given them up and then started back. So he was already on his second time as a reader, just as he had turned 13. And he was reading DC and he said, I can do this. So he wrote and drew some Legion stories that he said.
Got that already.
He was a prodigy when it came to comic book writing. The idea of what makes or goes into a good comic book story. When he became the editor-in-chief, he has a reputation of really being on top of things.
Yeah.
And maybe being a bit of a micromanager, maybe a bit of a taskmaster. Was that the way you understood it as a reader when he was the editor-in-chief at Marvel?
Well, it was one of those things you didn't notice at the time, because in those days, there was no internet. There was barely a fan press. Even like the comic book magazines hadn't really come along yet. So we found out all this stuff years later. But at the time, Marvel, it was a very loose operation. Stan had long since given up the day-to-day operation. He was more interested in growing the properties in Hollywood, and his eyes were already in California if he himself wasn't.
That makes sense.
Which was right around the same time. But Jim Shooter, what he realized that maybe previous editors hadn't, was it was time to take everything seriously as a company, because
take it seriously as a company.
Ways to grow the company beyond just the books and maybe the occasional cartoon and the licensing. So he, I guess, adopted kind of a philosophy that no one is bigger than the comics themselves. So he made sure that the books were done to the best of the creator's abilities and always on time. Because when I first started reading Marvel, any given month you could buy a book, you could open it up and find out it's a reprint from a story 5 years ago. I mean, they even had a name for it. They called it the dreaded deadline doom. And it was almost like a joke at Marvel that there were probably a dozen that I could, if I did a little bit of research, where you just open it up and, hey, the story I was reading is going to be another month late. And all of that ended under Shooter. So he deadline was everything to him.
Yeah.
That may not have always worked out the best, in hindsight, but if you're going to run a company, I guess his
gonna make hard decisions, gonna stay on what's actually gonna meet the bottom line, gonna be professional.
And if you're not going to meet the deadline, let's figure out how we can do it. It seemed like that was kind of the leader that he was, and he was a prodigy. He was an integral part of Marvel's legacy and really helped grow the company. But after a point in time, Marvel fell into some hard times.
Cool guy as well.
They kind of went into bankruptcy, and there was a lot of legal wranglings. And Jim Shooter himself almost owned Marvel Comics. Like he had put an investment group together.
Wow.
He was this, and my fingers are very close. He was this close to actually owning Marvel Comics.
Wow.
That would have been very interesting, because it's weird. Shooter's one of those guys that history has treated rather kindly. When he was fired from Marvel in '87, I think the prevailing opinion among fans was, thank God.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they appreciated what they had. Because that over DC, you had Alan Moore doing Watchmen, you had Frank Miller doing Dark Knight, and you had Shooter keeping the trains running on time. And you may not always appreciate that until you look back and see what 10 years down the road, or especially like what Marvel went through in the early 2000s. But getting back to Shooter's tenure, you think about all the things he did at Marvel.
He was strategic. He was.
Anything Marvel did after that.
He understood how to keep things professional, but he just did not manage his relationship with people properly.
Stan and Jack, but anything post Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, what runs come to mind? And for most people, it's Frank Miller's Daredevil, Walt Simonson's Thor, Claremont and Burns' X-Men, and Burns' Fantastic Four. All four of those runs took place under Jim Shooter. So say what you will about him, he allowed his creators the freedom to do the runs.
He wasn't that much of a micromanager. It was just keeping things on deadline.
And he's the one that I said it was. Secret Wars was his brainchild. unfortunately made for him, so was New Universe. Although it's interesting, something that was just mocked terribly when it came out, they're mining stories and characters from 30 something years later. I mean, the latest Avengers storyline is Star Brand centric, and that was one of his characters in the New Universe.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, you know, DC Comics was out there doing this cutting edge, you know, you've never seen Batman like this or Watchmen. You've never seen this superhero universe like this.
Yeah, Abigail, let's look now at Russell Crowe. Let's do Russell Crowe. What can we say about Russell Crowe? Well, we know he's an actor. Everyone knows Russell Crowe, really, don't they? It's a method acting approach, commanding screen presence and roles depicting historical figures, anti-heroes and everyman under pressure. Born in New Zealand, he relocated to Australia, age 4. He launched a career in Australian television, theatre, getting critical notice for the lead in the neo-Nazi drama Romper Stomper. He was in Gladiator, Martian Commander, Far Side of the World. See performance in genre exploration. You see here. Passion for Rugby League. South Sydney Rabbitohs. Professional Rugby League, that makes sense. They have them as FISC, do they? We shall see. And boxing extended from rigorous personal training for the 2005 film Cinderella Man, which made heavyweight J. Braddock. Had an intensive session to reach fighting weight, approximately 176 pounds. It was more demanding than his gladiator sword work, fostered a sustained interest in the sport, linked to physical conditioning, but he has not pursued professional bouts. He likes quite physical sports, really. Boxing, firing racehorses, rugby. He's quite a physical guy. Now, it's a full revenues of indoor garden party band concert with data victims of communities. Donation to education community projects. Unfortunately, the United Talmud Torah's elementary school of Narsen Tetra parts of facility. Interesting. I don't think he's Jewish. Pretty sure he's not Jewish. Nah. Oh, certainly not. Right. Even so, it would be that religious. Probably just the kindness of his heart thing. Okay. Past altercations, like if my Gannet's name something we have to check for. Regret is one of the greatest teachers we have. Instance from his career, framing self-forgiveness as balance against accountability, as such snaps instead from human perfection rather than justification. So pressure and professional intensity, yet consistently rejecting excuses in favor of personal evolution, growing regrets, including an angry word and no reaction. So growth from dismissible flaws. What's this about? This is altercations, right? He was arrested at Mercer Hotel, 2005, found with assault of throwing a telephone at a concierge, striking a head and causing minor injury. Pleaded guilty to misdemeanor charge, receiving an unconditional discharge and no jail time. 2002, he confronted producer Malcolm Gary in the backstage area of portions of his acceptance speech, including a poem recitation, were edited from the BBC broadcast. Reported Crow pinning Joe against the wall, jabbing fingers to the chest and kicking nearby chairs. He engaged a physical scuffle with New Zealand businessman Eric Watson and inside the toilets of Regency Club, following an argument began in the bar. Ross Kemp intervened to separate them, preventing further escalation. Upon professional background, he has a kind of reputation for being challenging to collaborate with, often his immersive method acting style, demands for authenticity on set. He worked with Crow. He's difficult when he's not trusting, highlighting how his intensity constrains professional relationships unless mutual respect is established. Such an intensified in 2000 with tabloid media amplified stories of volatility. Him, Psychro and Mad Maximus, Reports on on-set tensions and public outbursts that feel merit his unreliability. Interesting. He's quite an intense person, and I think his method acting and really going into the method can make him quite a difficult person sometimes to work with, not to beyond what is just practical. He's had encountered backlash, particularly superhero projects and the main narrative and audience fatigue. Political Johnson's dismissal of Madam Web as a misguided committee-driven effort, corresponded by defending participation in such films, so that actors seeking life-changing events misunderstand the work as mere jobs requiring professional execution. Johnson's roles as Jor-El and Man of Steel and Zeus and Thor: Love and Thunder. He critiqued complainers as here for the wrong reasons, pushing his approach as pragmatic amid superhero genre skepticism. I mean, he played very, very little roles in both of those. Like, Jor was a tiny role. Zeus was a pretty tiny role as well, like one scene. Okay. So quite a physical person. I think most likely sensory, most likely extrovert, sensation valuing. Let's see some interviews with him. Oh, and the Joe Rogan experience, fascinating. Now, is this going to get me my stream taken down? We shall see. Before we go to, let's just take a look at this one. This is a little bit from it. Now, why is this?
The way he's describing all human beings, that all human beings are capable of these horrific acts.
This is an Actors Guild. I'm gonna look at an Actors Guild.
At the time, actually led to his removal from the process.
Actors Guild, Actors Studio. That's it.
Fulfilling what the War Department wanted him to say, which is, you know, all Nazis are crazy.
Yes, good, good. No. That's fun and all. We gotta watch an Actors Studio interview if we can get one. Is it there? Which one is it? Just Scientology and Tom Cruise. Okay. Marlon Brando. Is it not here? Is it not inside the Actors Studio? Russell Crowe. View full playlist. Is it there? Okay, I'll try Russell Crowe. Lipton. No, I don't think he has. It's like he hasn't actually interviewed him. That's annoying. Well, is it winning best actor? Let's take a look at this.
A homosexual poet, a drunken artist, a man who has a relationship. Here to present the award for Best Actor is last year's.
Okay.
Thank you.
What that meant. Right. What's we got here?
The summer, and then ask the question: is there anything else on television?
Anything else on Russell Crowe before we go to this interview much longer? It's interesting. I'm not sure what this bit actually.
It's currently in, so he starts looking for a political connection and ends up going upstairs in a coffee house in Munich, I think it was, and hearing a fellow called Adolf Hitler talk, and realizes that he has a lot in common with this guy who sees things and knows that Hitler was a soldier. It's a funny thing we put into the movie at one point, because there's a speech about Rami Malek makes about Hitler being a failed painter.
Right. Let's see if we can get back on. So annoying. Right, we're back. We're back. So yeah, that interview unfortunately got taken down. It's interesting though what he was doing. He was talking about getting into the mind of Hermann Göring, and was fascinated just how much he said, well, don't look at the stereotype of, you got to dive deep into the character. You got to understand why he did it. He went into a whole narrative about his life, how he ended up in the Air Force, having started off in the military, and just the idea of getting into the nuance of the character and getting beyond what you want to immediately perceive when looking at the character. So I thought that's interesting and kind of fits more with this sort of Delta idea. I think we're starting to consider potentially for him. He, what else can we say? Yeah, that seems to be a theme that's coming out so far about him. Follow some quotes as well. I'm interested in understanding more about his method acting though, because that seems strange to me for a Delta. I respond in the moment, what makes me a good actor. So he's very in the moment. He is in the moment. It's what to dress for success. Okay. If I'm an actor entertainer, I really wouldn't know what to do with another profession. It's the idea that this is what I'm in. I'm not in these other things. That's almost non-extroverted intuition, almost potentially weak extroverted intuition. Never ever mind touch a photographer. Some of the coolest things I've ever said have been to photographers who are chasing me down the streets on the shovels and efficient emotional barbs. And then in the moment, in that one-to-one wit competition, they just got smashed. Okay. I was too kind of brave and proud to want a dialect coach because I thought that showed weakness to my armor. But then you just learn it's a more efficient way of doing it. A dialect coach is really important because it takes a certain technical responsibility off your shoulders. Which the best thing you can do is in work is presenting your job. This will sound trite, but it's a reality part of my personality. Which I tried to be the best waiter. When I was a bingo caller, I tried to be the best bingo caller. Tries to be the best at what he does. Now that's not him. That's that character who's playing. I know that. I do think he's sensory. There's definitely a sense of groundedness and earthiness to him. I don't expect to be very high in extrovert intuition, even if he values it. I want to look at his method acting. He completely rejects traditional method acting. Oh, but the Russell Crowe method. Apparently, he never went to drama school, no interest in Constance Stanislavski's techniques. Unlike method actors who stay in character, he only embodies his roles between action and cut. He separates his personal life from his acting. Okay. Efficiency over theory lies in practical hands-on understanding of cycled exercises, so you get more and more efficient at crafting a performance. The rock stars be acting after just pretending about action, but this sounds a lot more SLI-ish. This is sort of what Andy Hopkins says as well. Contributes to a classic no-nonsense quote often to Tracy, learn your lines and don't bump into the furniture. They need to talk about this.
I use the Russell Crowe method. I've never been to drama school, man. I've never been to acting school. The only time I did any formal lessons, I studied classical texts for about 3 weeks. But I've been acting since I was 6 years old. I don't even know what the Stanislavski method may be. I have no idea, and I don't care to know. You know.
You just trashed 100 years of tradition.
Seriously, it's not that complicated. If you want to be an actor, work it out yourself. I actually like the old Olivier quote: "Learn your dialogue and don't bump into the furniture."
Let's see this. But why did Grockopedia tell me he was into method acting? That's the opposite.
Fallen by the characters I'm not the actor that likes people to call him by the character's name, or I exist as the character between action and cut. That's it. But there are other things that you bring into it. And as I said, you develop it over time. You develop your own methodology over time. But I'm not certainly one of those guys that, you know, the production has to bend around to their individual peccadillo about how they want to play it. When you've been doing the gig as long as I have, all that stuff is just a waste of time. It is acting at the end of the day, you know, it's just pretending.
Well, that fits again more with Delta.
I was watching TV 10 days ago and Gladiator was on again, and I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Why would he marry again? Interesting.
Maximus, which I call Royal Shakespeare Company 2 pints after lunch. From Gladiator to Herman Goering. You know, bad guys are not single notes. What Russell Crowe really thinks of Hollywood. The thing is, it's not the movies that mess you up.
This looks like a good interview. I want to watch this one. Joe can go anywhere and everywhere. Doesn't necessarily dive deep. His health problems are all mental. I mean, apart from that, he has a number of sort of physical maladies.
Not only because
At home on the farm. That's the groundedness again coming in.
Russell speaks his mind.
To
say exactly what he likes about Hollywood and what he doesn't. Of course, the craft
He
of
does
acting
not
is
care what
art.
people think of him, it seems.
You'll see he'd much rather spend his precious spare time at home on the farm, which is where Carl Stefanovic met him.
Which is,
for this revealing
I think,
interview.
no one expects someone who's high introverted sensation again.
It's a long way from Hollywood, but Russell Crowe's farm on the mid-north coast of New South Wales is his favourite location of all time. Here, he doesn't need to act. You can instantly see how much he loves it.
Yeah, I think he's a high introverted sensation, contrarian type,
after one of the most hectic years
of which I think SLI is probably most likely at this point. Could it be ESI? Maybe. I need to keep watching. I think it's less likely.
Russell's latest film is Nuremberg.
I don't see much sentiment from him.
Willing to take on, let alone pull off, a role like this, playing worst of the worst Nazi war criminal Herman Goring.
I will show you a magic trick one day.
What's that?
I am going to escape the hangman's noose.
How do you climb into that character? I mean, that is dark.
Yeah, a lot of the times when you're looking at characters like that, my initial response is no thanks. No. But I also know enough about the way my mind works that when I'm saying that, I need to look at it a second time, you know, because it's a different type of no. It's a no because I'm a little bit afraid of it.
You can't be afraid of the character.
That bit's the fun. When you start looking at something and you think, I can't do this.
My initial response is this, but maybe I question my initial response and maybe go into it more.
Well, let's just have a go.
Let's just have a go.
See how far we get. You know, so
that's extrovert intuition valuing. That's not.
Always loves it. So I was a little kid, and that's just being inquisitive about something.
Yeah.
How does this work?
We were elected by the people and given a mandate for change.
Do you ever worry about making light or having light moments with a character when you know how much they were accused of or the heinous acts they were in the historical context?
You know, bad guys are not single notes, you know, and some of the worst people in the world are also simultaneously some of the most charming, you know, and that's one of the things that you've got to be able to bring to a character like that.
What do you do? In a career lasting more than half a century, there's been no shortage. Is not your
Yes, exactly right, Isaac.
Of iconic characters.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
The accolades too have been as frequent as the phone calls from producers
try to sign him up to their films. He knows it's a privileged position, but for Russell, classes will dull your mind. Destroy the potential for authentic creativity. There's a reluctance to being such an in-demand actor. You said to me before when we were on the dirt bikes, there's not really many places in the world you can go where they don't recognize you. Positive? Negative?
Well, the thing is, I'm living the thing that I put into the universe when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I was like maybe 14 or 15. I'm standing outside of a travel agency, right? And I'm looking at how much it costs to fly from where I am to Los Angeles, right? And I'm like, I mean, are you kidding? Like, who's ever going to be able to afford that? You know, it was like multiple times, 10 or more times, whatever I had in my bank, And I was just looking at, so I had this thing. It's like, I'm going to see the world, right, on somebody else's dime. I'm going to get a job that gets around the world. And if that job involves, being famous, I'll be famous everywhere. Unfortunately, these things
came true.
Not as good as I might have thought when I was 14 or 15.
So let's get the bit Russell doesn't like out of the way right now. The constant chatter about his private life. Yes, the 61-year-old is the proud father of 2 boys, having been married to, but now divorced from, Danielle Spencer. And yes, these days, Brittany Theriault is often seen by his side. But for the gossip,
his girlfriend for now,
elevating over the possibility
or right
of
now,
snaps, there's going to be disappointment.
All these reports keep coming out saying that Brittany and I are engaged and I'm going to get married again. No. We are very, very good friends.
Yeah.
And we have a wonderful relationship. My life is so joyous and happy at the moment.
Yeah.
Why would I ruin that with a wedding? Why would I go through? I've been married once.
Yeah.
I know how it can go and where it can go. So I don't need to go to that place.
Where's the
romance?
Where's the romance in you?
Come on. How romantic it is to be boyfriend and girlfriend wherever you are in the world.
Yeah.
And to be, especially with the sort of life we have, and it's sort of like, having that, just, that slight thing, that means you got to keep respecting each other, and waking up with a smile, And we do, which is something which is fascinating for me. We do everything together.
Yeah.
We're very happy, man. It's a very, very positive life. But no, I'm not going to get married again. Doing it once is cool, great, but I don't want to do it again.
Mr. Guy, right here, please.
From the personal back to the professional. Russell's portrayal of Herman Goring has so far been so well received, there's speculation it's Oscar-worthy. But surprisingly, talk of this possible success means talk of another complicated Crow relationship. His place in the superficiality of the Hollywood machine.
The thing is, it's not the movies that mess you up so much, because once you establish a connection with an audience, it's it's positive, But when they start picking you out and going, you're the best one, see your hand, a little piece of gold. Then it starts getting silly, because it creates like resentment around you, and sort of like
he doesn't like competition
or whatever, and then also sort of like an unreasonable level of expectation.
You wouldn't take the Oscar back though.
It's the doesn't like the pressure and the expectation.
No,
it's more about growth for him. It sounds like.
It's amazing. I was born in Wellington, New Zealand, right? We got to Australia when I was 4. I have no business having one of those, but somehow I got one, right?
Well, that's not
great.
true.
And that's very nice. But let's leave it at that.
They're mentioning Oscar buzz again around Nuremberg. Is that nice for you, or is that the process?
I've sort of made the decision not to do any of the Q&As or anything related to that sort of stuff. I want people to just look at the character for the weight of who this man was in history, and the resonance around the film. All of that stuff, it tends to change the way a movie's discussed and viewed. So I'd rather people just see this cleanly and clearly and not worry about that sort of stuff.
So Crowe, what do you make of these Canadian?
But despite all his achievements, Russell Crowe is acutely aware even the brightest stars fade. Coming up, when is the right time to yell cut?
I felt a bit emotional because I thought what you were saying was, I'm saying goodbye.
Last 12 months have been a blur of movie making and non-stop travel for Russell Crowe.
I was in France working. I'd leave the set, fly to Sydney, change into a suit, do the red carpet, appear at the after.
It's why getting back to his Australian farm has been so important.
You've had some year.
Huge year. Yeah, which is really interesting because I'm 61 and to be as employable as I seem to be constantly, you know, it's really pleasing, obviously, but it's a big surprise. You know, I've been an actor a long time and, you know, I know how it goes. And
how can you, as Russell Crowe, be surprised that you're gainfully employed? Come on.
Well, because I just do my job, man. You know? And sometimes, you know, there's not the roles for you. And as you get older, you know, the band shrinks, you know. But it just seems to be that, you know, I'm finding like another whole new generation of film directors who've essentially grown up watching me do stuff. And so they have a different perspective of wanting to work with me.
Step in. I'm going to calm.
It's a fair bet. Directors also love him for his incredible work ethic. Having shot 6 movies already this year, Russell's now gearing up to start filming a remake of the 1986 action fantasy classic Highlander.
You're doing such a different range of things. The Sean Connery character in Highlander, do you take a reference point there or you make it your own?
Well, the character's name is Ramirez. And Sean played the character brilliantly, obviously, as a Scotsman. But they explain the reason that Ramirez, the Spaniard, had a Scottish accent in the movie by saying that earlier he came from Egypt.
That's right.
Never overextend your thrust. Some say tomato, others say tomato. Getting accents right in movies has always been the mark of a good actor. Russell mastered it out on the set of Ridley Scott's Gladiator.
There's a sense of it. He does a good job at whatever he tries to do.
Telling the story of that Gladiator was off the back of the fact that, you know, ultimately Maximus is Spanish. You know, he's a Roman general, but he's the Spaniard.
Yeah.
And I said to Ridley at the beginning of the movie in rehearsal, I said, what do we think about voice and stuff? What are you hearing? And he goes, yours. That's why I hired you. I said, yeah, but it's a character. So, right. And he's Spanish. So I'm thinking Antonio Banderas with slightly better elocution. Ridley's like, no fucking way. No fucking way. Sorry about swearing, but that's exactly what he said. What
Yep.
way
Plus,
are you doing that?
I mean, just plus, there's absolutely no way that an Iberian accent in the Roman era would be anything recognizable to a modern day Spanish accent. So that's just a no-go.
Words which I call Royal Shakespeare Company 2 pints after lunch. Right? So I told the director this story, and he's like, if you bring me Spanish, I will take Spanish. I was like, really? Yeah, so I'm going to do Ramirez as a Spaniard. So, yeah, we shall see.
While there is no doubt about his acting prowess, somewhat ironically, the place where he finds the most solace is his music, the one piece of art he is most maligned for.
So you've been doing music, as you say, since 1982.
82 was my first record, yeah.
And you say, some people don't really give a shit about your music. But
most people. Which is fine.
Why on earth does Russell Crowe
Most people
do say?
He does not care, but no one cares about the music.
Right? Is actually rock and roll stages. Everything that I've done, everything I've ever achieved in my life starts with music. So it's really important to me. It's like a fundamental to me, and it's one of the most comfortable places in my life. Is like, that moment just before you're walking out on stage to put on a show, when you step forward like that, you're actually, you put yourself into a place of vulnerability or whatever, and people will hang shit on you, and that's just the way the world works.
Does that hurt you?
It bothers me because it's not a battle worth fighting. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like
I see it now.
You're sort of saying something that is ill-informed and it's stupid, right? But it also has nothing to do with what I'm doing. I'm not trying to be Beyonce.
Now that would be an achievement.
I'm just not trying to do that. You know what I mean?
Says he's not interested in what people think about it.
One big advantage over his detractors.
It's just a hobby for him.
He's so successful, he doesn't have to worry about what they think. And as if to thumb his nose at them, he's now even found time to make a documentary about his music. There's a moment at the end of this new piece that you're doing.
So this is the sort of the authenticity of Delta introverts, where it's just sort of just let it all hang out. I do not care. I do not care what you think about it. I'm doing it because I like it.
And you raise a glass, you say cheers, and I felt a bit emotional because I thought what you were saying was, I'm saying goodbye to performance.
It's funny because the working title of the documentary is The Last Breath. So that would sort of seem to fit under that. But
you're not dying.
No. My health problems are all mental. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I don't, I'm 61. And you do have to think, right, how many summers have I really got? You know what I mean? And do I want to be spending every year working the way I have been working? Because now that I've set that precedence, everybody in my business life is like, well, we can get them cranking all day long, And it's like, yeah, so I'm not sure if I want to do that, and there will be a moment, man, I'm absolutely certain. I mean, I love my job, bottom line. So
you're a workaholic.
I would find it very difficult to not be doing it, right? But at the same time, too, I mean, physically, hearing-wise, your eyesight, all of these things, there's going to be a certain degeneration at a certain point, So you don't want to do this job without having your full faculties. You want to be the guy contributing. One thing I do know is I've been around a long time.
Most 61-year-olds undoubtedly contemplate it, but retirement is still a long way off for this actor. And part of the reason for that is one of the most important lessons he's learned from his craft. It's something all aspiring Russell Crowes would do well to heed.
The only thing you're required to do as an actor is to give. That's the only thing. But here is where it becomes difficult. Because on the 57th day of an 80-day shoot, where you haven't had enough sleep, you haven't been eating properly, you are so weary from the absolute balls of your feet to the top of your head that you can't think straight because you're so fucking tired. The only thing that's going to be expected of you, my friend, is that you give. And once you see it like that, and you understand, it's more of a calling than a job. A lot of people who are like, Miss Idaho Potato Festival or, think they're handsome or whatever. They don't understand what the job really requires. The camera is inanimate, and you have to learn to feed the camera.
Feed the camera? What does that mean?
Thanks for watching.
What does that mean? You have to learn to feed the camera. more like a calling than it's a job. You have to learn to feed the camera. What does that mean? You have to learn to feed the camera. Let's see what else there is. What about these altercations as well? So what happened there? Not quite sure what's going on there. What was the fighting around the world idea? Okay, take a look at this.
It's fighting.
Okay, I get it. Now I get it. Right. No, okay, obviously that's good. Something else.
You're a huge rugby fan. Seem to be a huge fan of Ireland. Is there any chance you could bring your rugby team over here to play against our Irish team?
Well, you see, Saturday Rabbitohs play rugby league, which is more of a hybrid version of the game.
I know, so, just as a kind of a test match, just to get the two loves together.
You understand when I say it's a different sport? Rugby union is a 15-man sport. Rugby league is a 13-man sport.
So the one happening then.
Different rules.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Thanks for bringing it up.
I just thought I'd point it out.
Right.
Well, you said you were in the UK. You're actually Ireland isn't part of the UK. You said you'd love to come to the UK.
Okay. So, and then I had it with or this area of the world. But
okay, we're here to talk about the movie.
Okay. So didn't really like the fact. Thought the question was clearly a stupid question because it didn't understand the difference in the rules. Could have handled that quite a bit more gracefully, to say the least.
You're a huge rugby fan. Seem to be
He did a very intense training for Cinderella Man as well. I think the SLI typing, he is a bit of a workaholic. He does go through huge amounts of intensity. Like when he did Cinderella Man and getting his body into that shape. That is quite something. I don't know. I'm hesitant on SLI film. Could LSE work? Potentially. I think there's something. I think there's something contrarian about him, though.
Oh, back in the days when you did Greece, what character did you play? In the theatre, you've got this character called Roger who keeps showing his ass.
Actually, before I need to go to the loo. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, everyone. And then we'll continue because we need to get this done. Hang on a second. Okay. So let's see if we can finish this one off.
And out a year from each other. How did Russell Crowe get so ripped? In the Insider, I'm not as big as it looks like I am. I'm actually doing stuff with my body and the way I chose my clothes to make the character look older. This is 1998. The Insider Gladiator was 1999. Basically, from the moment that I came off the set of the Insider, I started working on getting ready for Gladiator. How did Russell Crowe not laugh when Ryan Gosling did that shriek? Nice guys. I have an apple. I did fucking laugh. Ryan Gosling is one of the funniest people I have ever met in my life. Working with him is kind of torturous. I'm known for being able to just stay in character no matter what's going on. But for whatever reason, Ryan tickles my fancy, and he can make me laugh at the drop of a hat. Do people talk enough about how incredibly talented Russell Crowe is with accents? Soup's impressive. Actually, one of the things that really bugs me, back in the day, people used to really care about getting them absolutely right. But now they're just, it's like people's ears have changed. They hear so many different voices and stuff now, they don't really know the difference. So post-production on a big film, when you've done an accent, can be quite problematic because nobody really wants you to perfect it like they used to. I like voices. What's your favorite conspiracy theory? Well, currently, reading a lot of stuff that says, full contact in 2027. And there's all these people that used to work for NASA or these other organizations out there talking about how our history as a species is really simply a series of genetic experiments to get us to where we are. When you look around, there's a lot of proof that says that might actually be a thing. Anyway, that's what I'm thinking about these days. Horror. I'm not sure what that is. Do I regret turning down Lord of the Rings? I don't, actually. I was a big Tolkien reader when I was a kid, so I got quite excited about the idea of Lord of the Rings. But I very much felt the studio making that decision, not the film director. And I talked to Peter Jackson over the phone, and he wasn't saying the sort of things that directors would say to you if they were really trying to attract you to a project. And I just kind of got a sense that he already had something else in mind that he wanted to do. And me stepping forward, saying yes, was actually going to get in his way. So, because the thing is, we come from the same place. So if there's a nuance in that conversation that other people might not hear, we're both New Zealanders. And I knew in his own way, without him saying anything negative, he had another plan. So I just left it at that. Why did the FBI follow Russell Crowe whenever he went for these?
Oh, yeah, don't look at the end. Come on.
There was like a kidnap threat. I arrived in Los Angeles for something and knock on the hotel room door. It's the FBI. They wanted to have a chat because they picked up this kidnap threat and they asked if I didn't mind, they'd like to hang around with me for a while. It was odd. 2001, I think it started. Very odd for a while. How did I become a fan of Leeds United? In the early 70s, after I did sport in the mornings, I'd go back home. I was playing rugby league or rugby at the time and cricket in the summer. Around about the middle of the day, I think one channel had a gardening show. There's only 3 channels back then. One channel had a gardening show. The other channel was showing Swami, somebody or other, doing yoga classes, and the other channel was Match of the Day. Now, remember, I'm talking about growing up in Sydney with this. Leeds had a pretty successful team in the early 70s, so they would come up on Match of the Day quite a lot. So I chose Leeds, my brother chose Liverpool. In our entire lives, we've only ever supported the same team in one area, and that's the national rugby team of New Zealand, the All Blacks. Every other sport, we have different teams. And why was Russell Crowe initially reluctant to sign on to Gladiator? Because it had an absolute shit script. The script was just terrible. It made absolutely no sense, and it delved into things like, and which is a true thing, that gladiators in the arena would occasionally.
So if things don't make sense, it doesn't logically fit. He gets very critical of it.
Products, olive oil, and everything. Brutal. it. It's a fact, but it's just not interesting for a film. And it kind of takes people out of the time period if it's something that seems so modern. It was my conversations with Ridley, after the filmmaker, that really made me decide to do that film. You know, I obviously knew he was an incredible director, but in conversation, I also knew I could listen to him and he could listen to me, so we could collaborate then, you know. Am I a method actor? Here's the thing.
Says,
you have to develop your own method of how you do things, how you understand things, and how you calculate character emotion. I do a lot of what I just call simply research, and I actually enjoy aspect of the job a lot. I think it's a privilege when you have something really interesting and exciting to learn about. I've just come off the set of Nuremberg, and I've been playing Hermann Goering, the head of the Luftwaffe, and there was a huge amount of stuff to read about and learn about with his life prior to that situation. I'm not the actor that likes people to call him by the character's name, or to me, I exist as the character between action and cut. That's it. But there are other things that you bring into it. And as I said, you develop it over time. You develop your own methodology over time. But I'm not certainly one of those guys that, the production has to bend around to their individual sort of package
that's what I said
how
already.
they want to play. When you've been doing the gig as long as I have, all that stuff is just a waste of time. It is acting at the end of the day. It's just pretend.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Righty, Instagram, here we go. How did you get into music again after years of focusing on it? How would you describe your band's sound now? How do I get into music again? Because the music doesn't stop. The journey of trying to live a creative life begins with me walking out on the stage with a guitar and singing a song. My first record came out in 1982. There's never been a period of time where I'm not doing music. Just sometimes I don't, tour as much. Particularly while my kids were little, I sort of stopped doing big 30, 40, 50 show tours. So I come off a film set, and then if I was then going to go on the road with the band, there's no time in there to be dad. I really wanted to be dad. But that doesn't mean I wasn't writing songs. It doesn't mean I wasn't releasing music. So it's been continuous. It's never gone away. This latest stuff that I'm doing now, we basically, this band, the Gentlemen Barbers, is still under the umbrella of a thing called the Indoor Garden Party, which is what we call the shows. We've been working together now for 5 years. Last year we toured Australia, we toured to Malta, we did shows in Italy, and then Cagliari in the Czech Republic. This year we're doing like 15 more shows in Italy. We're doing Ireland, we're doing the UK, we're playing in France, we play in America, and then we finish off the tour, 40 shows or whatever, with a festival in Brazil. Now, this is a great recommend. What other music are you into at the moment? What do you recommend? Talking about me recommending here a guy called Alex Cameron, who's an Australian singer-songwriter. He's got a particular type of humor. Alex, it's not everybody's cup of tea. He certainly makes me laugh a little bit, but also I just love his melodies and I love the way his songs work. Right at the moment, there's a guy in America called Break. He's got a song called Cigarettes and Black Lipstick Stains that I really dig. And I'm really getting into this guy, Rent. Yeah, he's got a lot of music out. And he's just amazing. His voice is amazing. He's an incredible rapper. He's a great musician. He's had a sort of troubled life too, so it's kind of fascinating. Back to X. Russell Crowe. I just watched Land of Bad and I really loved it. So much to take away from the film.
So, yeah, Russell Crowe's proving tricky because at the end of the day, I do think he's very ground and sensory. It's the one thing I think is absolutely spot on. I don't think he's an alpha. There's a trend for him where extroverted ethics is not his leading function. I think that's also clear. There are themes, and I can look at these themes here. If I just stick this over here, they're not always getting the right amount of. It's not showing up on the screen, is it? Hang on, I'm just gonna. Hang on. There we go. I'll do it like this. Right. So look at key themes. From the outback to Hollywood stardom. His trajectory in showbiz was back to destiny as opposed to involved in film set catering. Yeah. The outside and the auteur. maturation. So the thing is, he was combative and tempestuous in his earlier career. He then matured into what we're seeing today with purposeful storytelling, directing, behind-the-scenes consulting, found fulfillment project allowed deep emotional nuance, because nuance, self-development, that improvement side that's come out later in his work. I also about workaholic. So he's described as a highly intense perfectionist with relentless work ethic, rather than a typical corporate workaholic. His drive stems from a deep, borderline obsessive love of the art for the craft of storytelling and music, rather than compulsion to stay busy for the sake of it. It's especially stated that he believes effort is the key to success, as if he considered himself naturally skilled and not work as hard. So it's for his extreme physical mental transformations. So he's abusing his own body for grueling. This doesn't make sense for an SLI. And directing operates intensive boot camps and rehearsal periods to ensure every actor is completely consumed by the vision, which is taking what he's doing a bit too seriously at times as well. He's rarely idle, transcended into music, directing, producing, mentorship, and business. Unlike a traditional workaholic, he has a physical boundaries. At Australian cattle ranch, there's a total escape from Hollywood. When he's there, he completely unplugs from the industry to focus on his land and family. He's openly contemplated his future, saying he looks at prolific director like Ridley Scott as a role model to keep discovering new things. So that he wouldn't mind if his world just got smaller but deeper, stating that he would just comfortably stop and never hear from me again once he feels completely satisfied with his output. Let me see, another thing I should ask. What happened with his relationships? That's not really very clear. So we know he's got a girlfriend now. We know he had a wife. He doesn't want to marry again. See what Gemini says. It's Gemini. Intense, highly publicized, turbulent connections in his youth to keep me guarded, contented, and non-traditional partnership later in life. A lifetime bond rooted in family. Okay. His romantic life collided with intense media scrutiny. His high positive affair with American actress Meg Ryan, film Proof of Life. Was his distaste for Hollywood superficiality, prompting him to become fiercely protective of his private life moving forward. Deep philosophical view on love. True love is never just about love, it's about trust. Giving and trusting are the true mechanisms to never marry again. To me, redefined his approach to commitment. So what happened with his marriage? Mutually to provide stability for their children. His most famously amicable divorce. Okay. Explained his grueling work schedule and constant travel, where public corrected narratives, but she was one who drove for separation for the sake of family routine. In hotels or renting houses for a few months to settle in Sydney. She loved to split, well, Spencer admitted to carrying sense of guilt fraction the family, but she knew it was necessary. The couple waited several years before legally ending their marriage. So I don't think he's an SLI. I don't think it from this. We've got a highly successful co-parenting relationship, remain close friends. Spencer routinely praises fierce loyalty, indication of the father. Bond remains so strong, Spencer even performed as the opening musical act for his band. He's maintained a very good relationship regardless of this. So the thing is, it's this sort of difficulty adjusting to the Hollywood. Explain Russell Crowe's difficulty adjusting to Hollywood more. Unyielding artistic integrity because rejected the celebrity industrial complex. Environment that valued image, diplomacy, commercial compliance, which ran directly counter to his nature. He loathed the publicity machine. The promotional duties, like television interviews, are very artificial. If you don't tell the media, could manipulate context. I was told Joe's, I can sit here and have a conversation with you, and whatever mood it is that you want it to be, it's what it's going to be, because we both got careers based on probably the power of editing. He refused to sell shoes. When interviewers tried to steer conversation towards shallow celebrity stuff, we'd actually shut it down. Once cutting a flattering question short by asking, do you want to sell me some shoes now? Let's see if we can find that. Actually, no, we'll do it here. Hang on. Is there anything on here about this? Maybe that. I don't know. Phone incident. Hating journalists. What's this?
More sympathy with journalists now that you've played one.
Absolutely none whatsoever. No. You tell me why I should. You give me the list, and I'll listen to it.
Well, perhaps you've famously had troubles with journalists before, but perhaps getting into the psyche of one, knowing that you have to sell paper.
No, that's a personal choice.
He does not like journalists. Right. Okay. This refusal to sell shoes is more than just. It's like it was anti-pragmatic to some degree. Too big, too arrogant. I'll do cut down to size to keep them humble. Rather in Los Angeles, he was discussing the opposite reality, a culture of unearned sycophancy when Tarage's accepted coddling, egos were over norms, refused to indulge in ego stroke and made him seem perpetually angry to Hollywood insiders. He was simply trying to remain a normal person. A perfection in a bizarre circus. Acting was a serious blue-collar craft that requires intense preparation and effort. Hollywood not as a glamorous mecca, but as a bizarre circus where art meets commerce. He had zero tolerance for studio disorganization, lazy writing, or actors who did not take the work seriously. He walked away from Gladiator initially because he felt the script was filled with garbage sequences and corporate endorsement ideas. His combative outbursts on sets were almost always triggered by executives or crew members he felt were compromising the integrity of the film. He refused to accept the vulnerability of spying for paparazzi and gracefully enduring aggressive autograph seekers who flip items for profit in the secondary market. He's refused to accept this. He confronted aggressive crowds outside hotels demanding order. If autograph hunters came to him disrespectfully, trying to hustle him for profit, such as asking to sign Maximus just to resell online, he would match their aggression, completely unconcerned with how unprofessional it made him look to the tabloids. Did it matter to him how he was perceived? how it mattered to him immensely, but not in the way typical Hollywood stars care about their image. You don't care about being light, polished, and commercially palatable. He was being perceived accurately and with respect. His entire combative phase was a direct reaction to the frustration, having his focus, intensity, and cultural directness misconstrued as malice or arrogance. His anger was rarely sparked by what ordinary fans thought of him, but by how the media manufactured a caricature of him. He spoke openly about feeling flayed and betrayed by the press, invading his privacy and printing outright lies. He hated that his artistic education was used as a tabloid headline. So the important thing to me is that I'm not driven by people's praise. I'm not slowed down by people's criticism. People accuse me of being arrogant all the time. I'm not arrogant. I'm focused. So he admitted that he lacked the emotional armor to do so. With infamous public outbursts, he noted that the media narrative took a severe psychological toll on him. He could not simply pretend to ignore it. So it wasn't just water of a duck's back for him. This be about how his work was perceived. And so glad he fought the writers and directors daily to protect the moral core of Maximus. He refused to let the studio inject cheap sex scenes or historical inaccuracies because he couldn't stand the idea that audience perceiving his character as cheap or compromised. See, this is very interesting. It's about the integrity of the work that he's doing. I don't know if he actually is contrarian. I'm not sure that's actually right here. He's highly sensitive to being falsely framed as a villain. Little incident outside a hotel in Paris when paparazzi and gossip started TMZ tried to frame a video of him sharply organizing autograph seekers a foul-mouthed celebrity tantrum. He took social media to correct the narrative. He's simply protecting the hotel's guests from professional resellers trying to flip the signature of a quick profit. Clickbait handle, what's your problem? The older Crow resolved his struggle with public perception by simply caring less. By embracing his 60s, into character acting and leaving behind the leading man archetype, he found immense freedom. He advised Hollywood peers to stop chasing youth and just get yourself a pipe, get yourself some slippers. An iconic public image makes life much happier. So this is all very interesting to me. It's almost like he's retired into introverted sensation. He stopped caring about it as much, but he used to care about this stuff a lot. Hmm. In what ways is he a perfectionist? Deeply intense, uncompromising standard of creative execution. Obsessive, self-taught approach called the Russell Crowe method. There are 4 distinct areas of his work: extreme physical and craft preparation. He approaches the physical requirements of the role with a bruising, literalist dedication. He refuses to take shortcuts, pushes forward to extreme limits. The violin for Master and Commander. He spent months undergoing grueling training to learn the violin from scratch. He refused to fake the hand movements, insisting on playing the complex classical pieces live on camera to show authenticity. So this is when I think we got the wrong end of the stick. We got the wrong end of the stick when we were talking about him not being a method actor. He doesn't do method acting. He doesn't do anything which is just being a character throughout the time where he's on set, even when he's not actually acting. He doesn't do that, but he will not compromise on the quality of what he is doing to extreme levels. There's no balance here. So, yeah, Gruen trained to learn the violin from scratch. To make complex classical pieces live on camera to ensure authenticity. For the inside, he gained 50 pounds and aged himself decades like a stressed corporate whistleblower, and to immediately turn around and endure a strict 6-month workout and martial arts regimen to burn the fat and build a warrior's frame for the gladiator. Like, I struggle to see an SLI doing this. I really do. Boxing injuries. He used real professional boxers in the ring, resulting in dislocating his shoulder, suffering multiple concussions, demanded the fight choreography look flawlessly authentic. This guy has an ideology of integrity to what he's creating. In writing and polishing, his zero tolerance and will aggressively hijack a project's writing if the narrative logic is compromised. He threw out most of the studio's shooting script because it contained absurd commercialized sequences such as ancient gladiators endorsing olive oil brands. Wow. They reduced it just down to 20 to 26 pages and rebuilt the historical emotional weight of the movie line by line. And demanded the character retain a realistic moral core. What is the moral core? His perfection is that he almost never pleased with his own work, aimed to his historic peak. When A Beautiful Mind was an Oscar nomination, he blinded all the press, but he remained highly unsatisfied with his performances. Self-satisfaction as the death of in artistry, being perpetually unhappy with output is the only healthy way to keep improving. He expects everyone on the film set to match his 100% effort. The absolute highest level, his infamous on-set combative reputation usually occurs when he feels others being lazy or compromising movie's quality. His own films, he institutes mandatory intense boot camps for his cast to ensure everyone's completely immersed in the history and psychology of the world that they are building. He's not interested in what is workable, what is manageable. He'll just take it to the extreme to be pure. He's a purist. What are the key themes of his musical career? Another thing. This is not the it looks it at a superficial glance. I don't think it is. It is not that sort of just self-improvement thing. It's not about human flourishing in any in the same way. He's following something else other than this. Consistent overarching themes. The music stage is a vital antidote to the rigid, highly managed nature of Hollywood movie sets. A rare space where you completely surrender control. When I step out on a rock and roll stage, it's anarchy. I don't know what's going to happen. That's why I do it. What you create together between the band and the audience is slightly different every time. His musical trajectory is rooted in long-term friendships rather than commercial networking. In a multi-decade musical partnership with Canadian folk music musician Alan Doyle. His band operated like an ongoing collective of trusted friends, blending rock, folk, blues, and rock. Jesus Poe is a storyteller. His music performances are highly narrative, often function as a blend of song and spoken word storytelling. Music is tracked sway through genres that rely heavily on rich, gritty lyricism. Dirty country songs about murder. Right. Look at try. Is Russell Crowe easygoing? Because I don't think he is at all. I'm reading this. No, not described as easygoing. He's matured and mellowed significantly with age. Again, his core personality remains defined by a blunt, no-nonsense intensity, and a relaxed or passive disposition. He treats acting as high-stakes, serious craft. Zero room for casual indifference. He challenges directors, scripts, and shows heavily believes the artistic quality is being compromised. Peers who are lazy unprepared. In public interaction, he's controlled, not carefree, and easygoing. Slavery might passively tolerate aggressive paparazzi. He rejects this. He feels strict boundaries. Shallow or foolish, doesn't gracefully smile through them. He's shut down and walked out of interviews entirely. That's interesting. Let's look at that one. I'll go to, there we go.
Stay where you are. Don't push in on me. I'll come to you. Everybody's space. Somebody's a dick. We got me.
Monday, May 25th. A day that will go down in infamy as the gladiator himself from atop to back the fuck up.
Stay where you are. Don't push in on me. I'll come to you. Everybody's space.
Oh, that was an accident. Does he hold grudges, I wonder? His age has brought a version of peace that mimics being easygoing. Exactly. Well, this is why I wasn't. Just something was not working here. One is Oscars and legendary status. So he has nothing left to prove. He stepped back from the frantic Hollywood ladder, happy doing small pub rock gigs with his band, mentoring younger filmmakers, and focusing strictly on what brings him personal joy. Right. So, does he hold grudges? Interesting what Ryan Gosling said. I'm going to look at that as well. He's not holding long-term grudges. His legendary reputation for explosive, short-fused anger. His cycle pattern is to blow up, clear the air, move on immediately. Rather than harboring quiet resentment, his approach relies on a cycle of direct confrontation followed by accountability. Temper as a safety valve and a slow-burning malice. Openly admits he has a tendency to simply blow up when he feels overwhelmed, stressed, when he witnesses dishonesty. Because he expresses his rage intensely and directly at the moment, he rarely carries emotional weight of anger afterwards. Once the confrontation is over, he gets the matter resolved. That is important to focus on, and against the idea of being an ESI. Like true grudge holds to freeze people out permanently, of actively reaching out to repair relations after an altercation. The George Clooney feud. He randomly insulted several prominent actors in an interview, calling George Clooney, Harrison Ford, and Robert De Niro sellouts. Rather than letting the beef fester, he sent Clooney a book of poems and a handwritten note to apologize for insulting the shit out of him. Clooney humorously noted years later that he remembered the slight. Crowe had long since attempted to bury the hatchet. Famously calling and aggressively berating a television. So he says things he regrets. I mean, he tries to repair those relationships quite quickly, and he does big gestures as well to try and bring those people back in. Famously calling aggressively berating a television producer who cut his about acceptance speech short. Crowe didn't dig in his heels. He quickly issued a full public. Why was he upset about that? I don't understand. Why would he be upset about the BAFTA acceptance speech being cut short? Why should that matter? The cuts remove deeply personal messages of tribute and gratitude that he felt were the most important parts of the moment. Broadcast was delayed. Producers trimmed about 1 minute from his 1 minute and 50-second speech to stay on schedule. Removes violated Crow's sense of artistic integrity and loyalty for 2 reasons. He chose to read this poem during a speech to honor Harris and deliver it in his spirit. The producer cut it, citing time and copyright restrictions. A profound personal gesture, respect for had been casually deleted. He wanted by the loss of his formal expressions of gratitude. So it needs to be formal. It has to be formal for him. He can't just say it one-to-one. It has to be a formal dead. It has to be a display of this. And if that's cut, he gets very upset. He's very by the book. I think he's LSI. I actually think he's LSI. Not SLI. Not a Delta. This is all starting to make more sense in being LSI. And I think he also actually does. What's the word? What does Ryan Gosling have to say? He's intimidated by his reputation as a hyper-serious, intense Academy Award winner. So it was shattered during their first scene together. There's a comedy sequence in the bathroom stall. It was like, if you want the doll to bounce, you have to hit it with your heel. He hit it right in, it helped me so much. And so I knew this part on the right. Casual action expertise. Physical choreography. Make each other laugh, and the biggest chance that wasn't script. That they could not stop breaking character. You feel that they became almost sadistic about trying to ruin takes and make each other laugh, forcing them to seriously hold it together. And so that's the thing, the mood, the energy, that part, I think he is very receptive to it. He seems to, I think he values extroverted ethics. I don't think, there's no sign of introverted ethics here. It's about the integrity of what this thing is meant to mean, rather than necessarily his attitude towards a particular person. And he is quite funny as well. Who is Russell Crowe's favorite person and why? It is quite a good tool, actually. I like this. It's good at getting through the sheer amount of information on him. Richard Harris, the Irish actor. A brilliant, uncompromising artist, lived completely on his own terms, loved a drink, and rejected superficial Hollywood nonsense. Kidman's favorite kindred spirit in Hollywood. Can't feel the gritty, competitive Australian film industry to transcend the ordinary. His favorite creative part is Ridley Scott. Trenches together, fighting the street to make a great piece of art. Same blue collar work ethic he does. Very old. See, I'm thinking LSI for him. How did he approach the role? is a departure. It's trained by obsessive research and extreme physical transformation remained intact. The psychological strategies to inhabit Goering was radically different, rejecting heroic honor for disturbing humanity. Or read is it under my deep, immovable moral core. It builds character around an inner nobility. He stripped all nobility while avoiding the trap of playing a two-dimensional, cartoonish villain. He was terrified of the mental space required for the role, rather than leaning into a raving madman caricature. And Goering's unsettling reality, he was historically known to be gregarious, witty, and charming dinner party guest. To weaponizing his own natural on-screen charm, drawing the audience in before sobering the cold, unrepentant, manipulative war criminal underneath. An intentional physical presence. He's always abused his body for roles, but for Goering, the physical role shifted from athletic capability to a soft, imposing bulk. Being brutally built agile fighting frames normally, but this time he went on years-long physical transformation, intentionally gaining a massive amount of weight to top out at 126 kilograms to visually project the sheer mass and historical excess of Goering, and showing his physical presence. The courtroom himself scenes felt heavy, stagnant, and imposing. True to his perfectionistic nature, he spent 5 years preparing for the role. He traveled extensively throughout Germany, specifically visiting the exact towns and locations of Goering's childhood, the environment that shaped his early psychology, and the baseline of German, and spent months mastering a heavy, evolving Bavarian accent. The film, he deliberately starts the character sounding almost harmless and convivial, and to morph his voice into a chilling, calculating cadence as compared to his final defiant defense of Hitler on the stand. Whereas with Nash, he famously allowed the intense, anxious mindset of the character to bleed into his everyday life. Crowe recognized that living inside the mind of an architect of the Holocaust is a highly toxic mental space. To his own psyche during production, he forced him to break character immediately when the director called cut. And so he intentionally maintained a light-hearted, jovial attitude between takes. His humor is an essential psychological shield to decompress the immense emotional weight of historical horrors they were recreating on camera. In some ways, he feels almost like the Steve Ditko of acting. Is Russell Crowe black and white at times? What does it say? Absolute side black and white, but in terms of his blunt, binary personal philosophy and how his characters are intersected with iconic monochrome aesthetics. A binary moral philosophy. Accumulation of personal ethics. He does not operate well in diplomatic grey areas. To Crowe, people are either entirely loyal or they are untrustworthy, because his work is either executed with 100% effort or it is lady garbage. Uncompromising rigidity is precisely what fuels his past combative reputation. Refusing to indulge in polite superficial compromises are common in Hollywood. He does not harbor slow-burning, passive-aggressive resentment. His temper is starkly binary. Yeah, I think he's LSI. Is he logical or interpersonal? I say he's logical. But he does have charm as well. It's not as simple as that. Interpersonal force with a profound emotional intelligence, gut instincts, and deep human connection, rather than a cold, analytical, logical thinker. Whereas excessive research about a high-ordered mind, his life choices, creative processes, and his heart, his loyalty, his intuition. What is it about the loyalty? A strictly logical person, tiny person loyalties, musical partnerships, his undying reverence. You did a typing is being referenced. Where's this? What's being referenced, Isaac? Friends like Richard Harris's fierce protection of his children showed he wanted to take his life. He famously values trust above all else in relationships, deeply impersonal metric. See, I don't know, but okay, he does have personal relationships. That doesn't seem to be driving him, though. It's the obsessive focus on the integrity of his craft. Just because the way industry works, behind into personal, it was personal breach of human respect. I don't know. Perfected preparation for years of researching Royal Hermann Goering, lost in accents. And the magic of shared energy is extroverted ethics. It's an extroverted ethics thing. An inverted impersonal nature is used to how people treat one another. His anger was almost retrieved by what he perceives as slight against respect, honesty, artistic integrity. Yes, Isaac, exactly. Exactly. Let's do a comparison. Between Russell Crowe and Steve Ditko. Just for fun. Yep, a deep-seated hatred for corporate dilution. Using integrity as a corporate machine, start black and white world view, deep aversion to the hype machine, setting in impenetrable boundaries. Prime divergence illustrates how he chooses to survive the machine. Dicker chose exile. Crow chose confrontation. Dicker removed himself, took his hands clean. Crow stayed inside the Hollywood system, his massive physical and social presence to fight the corporate circus, so in turf, eventually mellowing out as he aged. I think it sees it as well. I think LSI for Russell Crowe. It's what he doesn't like is where Hollywood is commercialization. He won't bow to the pragmatics of it, the money making it. The seriousness of the craft is the most important thing. And he himself lacks the extroverted ethics strength to really reset those norms. He gets so caught up instead in the detail and the preparation on making sure things are true to the integrity of what they are. Did you go to university? I can't remember it said that. Did Russell Crowe... What did Russell Crowe before becoming an actor? Bingo caller, house wrangler. Did he want to be famous? I think he did. That's another thing I picked out before. To do sense, he actually saw greatness in his craft, rejected lifestyle, loss of privacy that came with it. Actually, you got Marlon Brando. That's Richard Royal of Fame, who's also his friction and anxiety. He did enjoy recognition. He didn't like the celebrity aspect. A calculated, smiling corporate product. See, I think a lot in beta also would feel that way. to vanish like Day-Lewis simply because he loved the act performing too much to stop. Trapping in this cycle battle of the spotlight. He wanted the respect of his peers and filmed mastering complex roles, but decades of aggressive fighting machinery of fame, but he found its shallow, invasive nature to be unpalatable. Right. Okay, I think LSI. I need to stop. I've been going on for way too long. But thank you everyone for tuning in. It's been a pleasure. And thank you everyone for doing your super chats. All the best. Have a good week.